We can move right into the icebreaker, but I just want to remind our board members, this is a public meeting, but we still can have good conversation. Good morning to you, Sam, and to everyone here from TriMet and its staff. And I want to do a special thank you for putting this together for us, for Felicia and Adriana.
You guys are like squirreled away.
Yes. But they are the squirrels that keep us together, holding us together, and keeping us with refreshments, unworking mics, and all those good things. Okay, let's get started. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Director Frisbee. Are you working?
No, I'm very loud.
Okay.
Hi guys. We're just going to do a short informal icebreaker. Some of you have worked together for years. Some of us have worked together for a little bit longer. Some of us are new to the board, so I just thought this would be a nice moment for us all to share why we do this work, and whether this work is public service broadly, whether this work is transit in particular, whether this work is urban policy, that is up to you. So, it's not just me being really challenged, I appreciate that. But we are gonna keep it short, because we wanna get moving. So, if you remember to bring your object, that is great, and if you didn't, that is also great. And just take a minute to talk about either the object you brought or the object you would have brought, and what it represents for you and why it represents your interest in politics. Do you want me to start?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we'll go to Robert and go around the room.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is a Yes on 49 campaign pin button, which was the measure. Thousand Friends under Bob Stacy, who I know many folks in this room know. And this was the time, working under Bob, helping work on this campaign, was what helped me switch from just thinking about land use as something that protected open space to understanding how transportation drives our cities and the way that that helps connect and build communities, rather than just sort of creating density, how it actually helps creates places where people thrive and where they have access to opportunity and chances to interconnect, and creating those public spaces where we all interact. So for me, this is always like a moment of thinking about transportation as a community builder. And it was sort of the first time I really got introduced to that, mostly thanks to Bob Stacy. So, Director Kellogg.
Excellent, thank you. So why do I do this? About a decade ago, the city I live in, I wasn't involved in the government at all. And some older people, pardon me, got together and they filed a citizen initiative for the local ballot to impose term limits on a city council that had been there for decades. So, in response to this initiative, before it was going to be approved by the city manager, the city council convened an emergency meeting, passed an ordinance that changed all the signature gathering requirements to make them considerably more difficult, and put an emergency clause on it. So in response to that, these people were upset, obviously, and I was in a meeting for something, and I'm listening to this, and I thought, this is terrible. Government shouldn't do this. It should be for the people instead of against them. So, as an idiot, I opened my mouth and I said, I would represent those people for free. So, lo and behold, 2-3 days later, I get a phone call from the folks saying, okay, let's go file that lawsuit. So I did indeed file a lawsuit against the city I lived in, the city manager that I knew, all in order to get this ballot measure in front of the people and get a vote. So the item I couldn't have brought because it's intangible is, I guess, courage, integrity, doing the right thing. And so ever since I've been involved in government, that's what I've tried to do, is the right thing. So this is both about public service, this is both about transit, because I feel they're the same thing.
Good morning. So this is really nerdy, but I work at OMSI, so it's okay. I carry around a soft tape measure. And I have done this for a lot of years because it's amazing how useful it is to measure maps, to measure the heights of steps, to measure the heights of curbs, to measure distances between things, and to also really actually add data sometimes to conversations that are very heartfelt and about a lot of feeling. And I think about things that way because I think that we come up with the best solutions when we problem solve together across a lot of different ideas and perspectives around the world that we live in, and that sometimes the most small detail can make the biggest difference in strategy and how we impact and change strategy to change people's lives. So I think a lot about that toggling between high-level strategy and then how is it actually getting measured on the ground. And I've passed these out to people, and they're like, okay, just stop. But I inherited a lot of them from my great-grandmother, my grandmother, my mother, so the soft tape measure.
Hello. It is working. Hi, everyone. Okay. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. It's okay. Hi, everyone. Good morning. So my why is my late grandfather, and he passed away several years ago, but he was always just my hero, and he was a true inspiration for me. He was the person who taught me how to ride TriMet when I was in high school, living in East Portland at the time, going to St. Mary's, and I continued taking TriMet when I went to Portland State. And my grandpa was one of those people who, he was highly educated. He was actually a physician, went to school in England, traveled around the world being a doctor in various countries. Came to the United States when he was about 60 at the time and still wanted to practice medicine, but because of various things, he wasn't able to practice medicine. And so he retired, and after he retired, he ended up being an interpreter, really helping and serving Burmese refugees in our communities. And I just really channel him because I think he was a true public servant, and he always just reminded me that, you know, like what are we doing to leave the world a better place. And so whether that was through his profession or just his work just being an interpreter and addressing the challenges and needs in our communities, he really was someone who just loved to give back to community in whatever way that he can. So, and he loved public transportation. He, like I said, lived in England, lived in different parts of the world, and really saw the connection that public transit in particular, played in so many different countries. And so he loved Portland. He loved the city. He loved being in the Pacific Northwest. In fact, a lot of the Pacific Northwest with our trees reminded back of the part of Burma that he grew up with, surrounded by a lot of trees and mountains. And so, yeah, he loved TriMet, and again, that was one of the ways that he and I bonded together. So I look at everything in terms of my why, just through the lens of equity and inclusion, and making sure that folks whose voices have not been traditionally heard are given a seat at the table, but that they're also in some ways in charge of decision making and influencing policy. So that's why I'm here, and it's just been really great to serve with you all so far.
Well, I brought an object. Well, I looked around, I thought, I don't have an object, but I'll bring the photo. And I brought a photo of my ancestors who were slaves. This is who I look at each morning when I go out the door. Grandma is, I'll leave it on the table, but Grandma is the baby on Bessie Mae, her mother's lap. There's Uncle Buddy, who's standing on the rock. aunts and Aunt Emma, Aunt Sister. They were slaves, and why I do this work, and I know many of you have heard the story of transportation and the fact of where they were and where I am today, and I stand on their shoulders to do the work proudly. And each morning, this morning was like, okay, y'all, we get to go. Let's pack up. And they are my inspiration. Good days, bad days, feeling sick, I go look at them and think, making a better world for my children and the children's coming ahead. And so this is why I do the work. And if any of you have, want a connection, I'm sorry, to slaves, these are my folks. And so it helps you get a connection. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. I could not bring the item, but I found on Google Photos a photo of an old school. Years ago, we used to have these tickets, right? That it used to work on validators,
Yes.
right? And I got to share it, I think about a year ago when we were doing the 2030 visioning process, but I don't have any tickets left because it's used up. But high school, I was on free lunch program, and somehow TriMet was handing out, as it was closer to summertime, these free tickets. It was for students, free tickets for students who were on free and reduced lunch program. And myself and my brother was able to receive, I think, like 10 tickets or something like that, a bunch of them. And that was especially meaningful because that connected us to an area outside world where, beyond where we could walk to. My folks at that time was commuting from Beaverton to Gresham on Blue Line to work at a dry cleaners out there. So they also did not have a car. And for us, we were walking to and from our apartment to school. So that was sort of our world. And so this ticket sort of gave me wings almost, right? Because I could go anywhere within the 2 hours. But so I never thought about this robustly as I have, but I know that made an impact where put a seed in my heart, and I want, I want to make sure that agencies like that continues to give opportunities to people like me, families like me. So, in connection with what we're doing with 2030, with what we're doing with connecting people to more opportunities, so this is completely in alignment with how I got introduced to the mobility solution, this transit agency. So this is why I do the work, and really appreciate Tyler for, because I rarely think about it, okay? So, which is embarrassing, but reminded me, so thank you. Yeah, I should have kept one of those tickets.
It would be a collector's item.
This is working for me. It feels like my response is an amalgam of what everybody up here has said in some way, shape, or form. My item is this necklace. I wear it every single day. I almost never take this off, and if I do, I put it right back on. But it's something that my grandmother gave me. I was raised by my mother and by my grandmother. My grandmother was a brilliant woman. She was born and raised in a little town called Wasta, South Dakota. If any of y'all are familiar with Badlands National Park, it's about 45 minutes outside of there. Grew up in the middle of nowhere, worked from the time her body was strong enough to carry things, and she finished working when she was 92 years old, only because she couldn't work anymore physically. And I think about one of the things that she used to say to me nonstop throughout my childhood. She would say, to those who give, much is given so that they may give again. And her entire life was committed to service, not in any fancy board seat or any position of high esteem in society, but service to those around her, to her family members, to her friends, to her community. And then I think about the way that her life progressed. She came here, 60 years ago. Over the course of her life, was pushed further and further and further to the fringes of her city. Throughout my childhood, she was living on 117th in Division, in these little apartments called the Stone Creek Apartments. And then by the time I finished high school, she was living out on 214th out in Fairview, right? So I just think about this. The trajectory that our most marginalized communities get tethered to in the context of urban development, in the context of the way that we forge forward as a society. And it seems that, almost 10 times out of 10, we see the people who are most deeply connected to these spaces that mean so much to all of us being pushed further and further away from those spaces. Similar to what Director Kim just said, transit for me and my family was the tether that allowed us to navigate this landscape, to explore beyond the boundaries of our little neighborhood. I grew up right off of MLK in Alberta, but I didn't have a car until I was 17 and a half years old. So the only way I ever got anywhere was on the 6 bus or on the Max or the 72, right? So when I think about the future of our city and I think about the future of like this community, I can't think about it without the work that you folks do on a day-to-day basis. So I just feel very deeply honored to be able to be a part of this incredible group, to be able to help advance the work that you folks put in so tirelessly on a day-to-day basis. And yeah, I'm just really grateful to be here today.
Thank you. Tyler, you want to wrap up real quick?
I don't think I have anything to add that is more eloquent than what we just heard. But I hope the staff in the room and the community members who care in the room got to take that all in and think about how much your work matters in every moment. So thank you all. It is an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to pass it over to our general manager, Sam DeSue.
Well, thank you, President Lewis and board members. Thank you for being here with us, and also the public that's with us also today. And then thank you to staff for being here. So, Director Frisbee, thank you for that fun icebreaker. I, too, were inspired by my mother with her service and how she lived her life, and that inspired me to be in that same position to give back service. And we took public transit everywhere that we went, which directed my future into our business of actually giving back. And we'll talk about this nice boat over here this morning as well, and how meaningful that plays into all of us. But thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to really join you this morning, really take a look at conversations and ideas that we're going to talk about with you this morning here. First, I would like to start by thanking each one of you for your leadership and your dedication to this agency. And I think that's very clear that you are embraced and you're dedicated to what we're doing. Your vision, your thoughtfulness, your guidance, and your support has really been instrumental in helping TriMet, myself, the executive team, really navigate the challenges that we have faced over the last couple of years and what we're facing this year as we move forward. So as we kick off this retreat today, I just want to focus on a theme that's been very central to my recent work with the executive team that's here, and equally relevant for the board. And that is alignment, that I want to talk to you a little bit about today as we move forward. I'll start by saying just last Friday, we held an executive team retreat in Clackamas County. And we revisited our goals, and we doubled down on aligning our priorities and strategies as we move forward. And that conversation really reinforced what I believe is the key to our success as leaders. When we align our efforts, we amplify our impact as we move forward. So I just want to give you 3 quick key takeaways that occurred for us at our executive team retreat, and really speak directly to the work that we're going to be discussing today. So the first one is greater alignment among leadership. We've strengthened collaboration across divisions, departments, and teams, and we're working to ensure that every part of the agency is moving in lockstep to tackle the challenges that we truly face with each other. The second key is the fiscal challenges ahead with resolve. We are fully aware of the financial realities that we're all dealing with. And if you heard this morning, the city is talking about going on strike in the next week, 1,200 people because of funding and the deficits that they're dealing with right now. But we are fully aware, and we're committed to addressing them directly. This is a moment, and I've said this to the team several times, this is a moment for us to not defer tough physical decisions. It's a moment for us to lead, and we've got to take that opportunity to be able to do that. And then the third one is TriMet's role in Portland's, in our region's revitalization. I think that's very critical as Portland rebuilds and builds and reimagine itself. We have a unique opportunity and a responsibility to lead as we do that. So your decisions that you're going to be making as we move forward in the future is the cornerstone of this effort, and ensuring that TriMet serves as the driver of economic recovery and also a leader in sustainability as we move forward. So I wanted to just kind of talk to you. So I want to share a quote that I shared with the team on Friday that I think is very fitting, which we just celebrated Dr. Martin Luther King's day. And what Dr. King said was, faith is taking the first step even when you don't see the whole staircase. And that was very prominent for us to really think about that, because this quote really resonated with me when it was brought forward, is at TriMet, we really don't get to see the full impact of our work and the work that it has on riders and our employees and our communities over the time, but we know that these steps is going to create ripples of positive change that we're going to make as we move forward with them. And the work that we do doesn't solve immediate problems. It builds a foundation for the future as we move forward. So every decision that you make as the board shapes the lives of our riders, our employees, and the community that we actually serve as we move forward. So I want to talk to you a little bit about the boys in the boat. I asked them to put this forward so that I can talk to you, and I'm just going to take all of these oars out because there's a story around the oars that we're gonna talk about. So last Christmas, I went to the movies in Bellevue, Washington. I was visiting some relatives up in the Seattle area, and I went and saw this movie that's called The Boys in the Boat. So I don't know if you guys have seen it. If not, I truly recommend it. There's a wonderful book that's out there. I was extremely inspired. I came back to Portland, and I made all of the executive directors go to the movies with me to see the movie again. And then what we did is, as what was up here on the screens, is that we went over the lessons that we learned from that movie. And for those of you that did not see the movie, it's a story at the University of Washington, the rowing team, and they overcame tremendous hardships and adversity to win the gold medal at the 1936 Berlin Olympics. And what I really want to revisit with you is the story is really extremely relevant to the challenges and the opportunities that we are facing today as leaders. So the first two that came out, lessons were unity and teamwork. And in the movie, we seen how each rower had to synchronize perfectly with others to be able to propel the boat forward as the boat went. So you can kind of see some of our oars that we had in the boat here. But the lesson was really clear, is without unity and without collaboration, no matter how talented an individual is, the team will not succeed unless there's unity and also and collaboration with each other. So this focused us to really strengthen our collaboration across the executive team and really talk about that a single rower can't row the boat across the finish line. We need to work hard to break down silos with each other between divisions and ensure that every part of the agency is working towards that same goal. So much like the rowers, we needed each team member to contribute their unique strengths while rowing in the same direction. And in the resilience, through the challenges that were faced, the team faced tough competition, they faced rough weathers, but they never gave up with each other. And in the second half of their season, as muscles fatigued, as the boat began to falter, they had to dig deep and really dig deep to really stay the course. And the adversity that they faced throughout their lives, they were just ordinary people, farm boys, fishermen, loggers. And that was, I believe, that sense of hidden strength, because adversity built character, and it gave them grit, and it gave them resilience to move forward, to really push the team to glory. And I want to let you know is that I truly believe we, to include all of you, we know about digging in deep and dealing with the things that we have to deal with. So some of the operation disruptions that we've had to deal with over the last 3 years, if you think about it, COVID, Delta variant, Omicron variant, just to name a few, the Great Recession that took place, ice storms, the worst hazardous air quality in the world for 2 days, the heat dome where we reached 116 degrees, the freezing rains, the shutdowns, the uprooting trees, the electrical power outages, the budget constraints, the pressures of meeting what the public expects of us, the derailments, the fatalities, the crashes, the protests, and so much more. So I just wanted to kind of lay that out is I know that the team really believes and they know how to dig in deep. And I know you've been there with us over these last 3 years. And it's really a testimony of our resilience on where we've been. We have grit, as I said, and we continue to push forward. So we've learned the value of resilience and acknowledging our challenges and really continuing to strive for that excellence. But that's empowered the leadership team to make smarter, faster decisions as we move forward. Another takeaway is really mastering the fundamentals. Really, the team didn't win because of complicated strategies that we had. They focused on precision, discipline, and trust in one another. And this meant that we needed to refocus on the basics, and that's focusing on our core operations, our security protocols, and really embracing the router experience, making sure that we focus on every touch point that's there. And really by doing the things that we've done, we've been able to really build a strong foundation for more larger and more ambitious projects as we move forward. And then I'll be struck not to say this to you, is that the coach was very interesting to me as I was watching this movie, because he created this inclusive environment that every rower could perform at their best, and it was instrumental to the team's success as they went forward. And really embracing diversity in any group is necessary to tap true potential as we move forward. And he taught us, this group of very different people, that they were to act and row as one despite all of the differences that we have. And you guys know that at TriMet, all are welcome here. And our leadership team has really focused on clear communication and mutual respect, that through our approach that we've built trust to really work with each other as we move forward. And that bedrock is trust on everything we do, because we can't move forward without that, and we can't move forward without a unified team. And I'll end with this by saying that one of the boys in the boat, he said something that really stuck with me. And what he said was, he looked at one of his teammates and he said, "Hey, Joe, if you don't like some fella in the boat, Joe, you have to learn to like him, because it has to matter to you whether he wins the race, not just whether you do. And one of the things that we've really been talking about with the team here lately is not focusing on individual and talking about team strength and what we do and how we do it. And that absolute trust in the leadership that's created to be able to do that. So I am really proud. I think this movie really provided some very tangible results from us. And we have starting to improve our transit times. We are looking at a higher customer satisfaction with our customers. We're looking at more increased operation efficiency and really alignment of our leadership team. I think it's very critical to us. And then like the rowing team, we've not only met expectations, I believe that we're exceeding expectations in a lot of areas that we're doing and what we're delivering upon. So this story is a powerful reminder to us that success is not just about an individual talent or effort. It's about working together, really trusting each other, and never losing sight of the basics as we move forward. So thank you for hearing that piece of this story. But what I do want to say, as we reflect to start thinking about alignment and our role in moving us forward, I just want to take this opportunity to really focus a little bit on where we're headed as an agency with TriMet 2030. So I want to take a little bit of time. We're going to have some presentations to you. You'll be able to ask questions and kind of talk about that future. But before we go, our work is rooted in the belief that alignment, whether among the board, the executive team, across the agency, it's key to ensuring that every step is decisive and impactful as we move forward. And nowhere is this alignment more critical than our shared vision and our strategy for the future. So the story with the role, the oars here, is that each one of the executives had to sign an intent of commitment to leadership, to trust, and to getting into the boat. And we all signed this commitment that we were all in for the agency. We were all in for taking the agency's future. We were all in for making people's lives better. And every one of the executives signed this oar to get in the boat. I would love, and this wasn't something that I talked with a team, to get your commitment also to sign an oar, to be part of moving our future forward, having an impact on our people in this region, and serving them. So hopefully we get that opportunity today to have you sign a oar as well. So you're all familiar with the work that we've put into our Vision 2030 effort. It has led us to one of the most comprehensive reviews on what TriMet can and should do. With all of the information that you've received, you guys heard that we had a model that came out that we couldn't hit the 120. We had to recalibrate, recalculate. So what we're doing is taking a step back now. We're taking a step back. We're rethinking what can we accomplish over the next 5 to 6 years. With all of the challenges that we're facing, the physical challenges, the challenges with the new administration that's coming in, which you guys have heard, with funding. We're putting everything in. So we are calling that roadmap or strategic plan TriMet 2030. So we're going to move away from Vision 2030 because we have a vision, and Claire Corey, she's going to come and talk to you about that. We have a vision, we have a mission. So our strategy now, our strategic plan, our roadmap for the next 6 years is going to be TriMet 2030. And it's a commitment of aligning our mission, vision, values with the outcomes that matter most. And that's our riders, our employees, and the communities that we serve. And those are the things that are very clear that's important. So with that, I am going to bring up Claire Corey, our Chief Strategy and Planning Officer. I'm going to bring up Bonnie Todd, our Chief Operating Officer. Dan Blair, our Executive Director of TSAS, Eric Dement, our Senior Manager of TriMet 2030. They're going to provide more detail about the wins from 2024 and our priorities and our plans for TriMet 2030. So as we look to 2030, it's important, and I'll say this again, it's very important how far we came since last year. Also to recognize the incredible progress that we've made. So Claire, Bonnie, and Eric, I'll turn it over to you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Whoops, there we go. I'm TriMet's Chief Strategy and Planning Officer. Before we look ahead, as Sam said, to the future of TriMet 2030, I'm going to share with you today some of the agency wins from this past year. And as you can imagine, we don't have time for all of them, so we've picked just a few, and we're going to highlight a few for you this morning. So next slide, please. One of the agency's biggest challenges has been hiring bus operators and service workers to meet the demand for our service. Last year, we grew our frontline ranks, hiring over 400 new bus operators and 93 service workers. These are record-breaking numbers, as you can imagine, for our agency. A generous bonus for new operators and providing CDL B licenses were a couple of the tools that we used to attract applicants. And we also improved our retention of frontline workers with a reduction in turnover by 25% across core frontline positions. And we made important improvements in our training programs, allowing more seat time for operators in training. This means more time to operate the vehicle with trainers on hand. From June to December 2024, we graduated 326 operators, maintenance techs, and service workers, which is a 93% graduation rate. It's a 10% improvement over the previous program, a huge accomplishment. I've only been at TriMet, as you know, for a short time, but one of the things that honestly has impressed me the most is how much this agency cares about its employees, and you see it every day. The overall effect of these changes is a better employee experience, which leads to better customer service, better on-time performance, lower accidents, and happier employees, which ultimately equates to greater retention. Next slide, please. In 2024, we took an important step in building climate resiliency on our system by installing a more durable OCS system on the new MAX Red Line extension along I-205. This new technology self-adjusts tensioning of the OCS cable according to the temperature. In the existing system, cable is adjusted by hand twice a year. This new Tensorx system will save us time and money. This year, 2 more systems will be installed in Gresham. We refurbished or installed 57 new bus shelters in 2024. The majority of those replaced shelters that were in disrepair. This is a 100% increase over 2023 replacements. In 2025, we hope to increase the number of new and refurbished shelters to 75. Refurbishing includes painting shelters that TriMet blue that we all love. And a win that we are all very excited about is we began the process of replacing our 37-plus-year-old Type 1 vehicles last year that have been with us from the very beginning. So far, we retired 4 Type 1s and have just recently put 2 of the new Type 6 trains into service. We will continue to replace the Type 1s as new Type 6 vehicles come online. Looking to the future, we plan to have 26 total Type 6 vehicles in service by December of 2025, and all 30 vehicles are planned to be in service by February of 2026. Next slide, please. Improving the customer experience has been and will continue to be, as you hear more this morning, top of mind for the agency. One effort we are excited about connects us directly to our riders in real time. Thousands of QR codes that currently exist at our stops and stations to provide stop information now include a share feedback button that links customers to a feedback survey. In addition, a pilot for onboard QR code customer feedback is in the works. This allows our riders to complete the survey on board our vehicles. The pilot will include 24 trains and 24 buses. We are currently working to integrate the QR code to include a direct tie to the e-alert security system. This goes directly to the 24/7 Security Operations Center. Next slide, please. And finally, safety on board our system is a top priority for the agency and for our riders. Andrew, as you know with the agenda, will be giving a safety and security update later today, but I wanted to mention the good work that our safety and security team is doing continues to gain momentum. TriMet's October 24 Attitude and Awareness Survey showed that our customers consider our bus stops and MAX stations safer than downtown sidewalks, and that being on board a bus is safer than being in a large crowd. The Attitude and Awareness Study is administered once a year in the spring and has been a valuable resource for gauging how the region feels about our agency. Next slide, please. This is just a sample of the agency's wins this past year. I look forward to sharing more wins with the board in the future with TriMet 2030. Now I'm going to turn it over to Bonnie to share with you some updates on our ridership numbers.
So, I don't want to cough into your ear. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, so during, I guess it was the board education sessions, Alan Leto talked to you about our planning assumptions that we had made previously using pre-COVID kinds of information and how it meant that our 2030 numbers were, really quite different than our current reality of today. In addition to that, I'm here to share some information that isn't wonderful, but it's, it's just one of those things that happens. And basically, next slide, please. And by the way, I'm here with Executive Director Dan Blair, who's the expert in some of this stuff, so he can help me out. Basically, I'm going to do a little primer about how we collect ridership data and estimate it. So basically, all transit agencies with rail service rely on ridership estimating because we don't generally have the equipment on our vehicles in the fleet's entirety to be able to count everything. So what we do is the FTA basically reviews and approves ridership collection and estimating methodologies. So we'll start with that as a part of their National Transit Database, or NTD program, that all federal grant recipients are required to participate in. We report our estimates to NTD monthly and are required to reconcile them at the end of the year, make any adjustments or changes. But again, most agencies do now have some automatic passenger counters on their revenue vehicles, both bus and rail, to get at least some very accurate count of ridership that they can then use to extrapolate. That process with that accurate data moves on to using complex estimation tools to estimate ridership for those vehicles which don't have the automatic passenger counters. Currently, all TriMet buses have automatic passenger counters, but not all of the MAX vehicles do because of the predominance of older vehicles in our fleet that were never equipped with the counting systems. Next slide. So the FTA requires that APCs and that the estimating methodologies actually be checked and validated for accuracy every 3 years. Our last validation occurred in 2022 and was successful, and we'll be revalidating the APC systems and the estimation approaches this spring. So APC data, the literal counting on the trains and on the buses, but on the trains in particular for this discussion, then get combined with vehicle location data that's ascribed to a route, a scheduled trip, a time of day, other valuable identifiers that we then use to extrapolate. Transit agencies in general that operate rail service typically have a very complex ecosystem of lots of various equipment that talks to each other in order to provide for the required communication and tracking of vehicles in the system. TriMet's automatic vehicle location system includes on and off vehicle components to communicate to Operations Command and Control, or OCC. Additionally, sorry, big words, big phrases, our supervisory control and data acquisition system is integrated also into the processing of the raw sensor data. So ultimately, this chain of sensors is necessary to process our data by stop, which is actually the foundation of our ridership estimation process. Next, please. So during NTD reporting for fiscal year '24, staff discovered that the final data included duplicate logs of some MAX trips. Upon investigation, it was determined that the random doubling of some trips began in May of 2023 for approximately 8% of MAX's total trips. So Dan directed a multidisciplinary team of subject matter experts from across the agency to look into the issue to understand what was happening and why. But importantly, and I believe I speak to it in another slide, even before the team began their investigation, IT was able to do some recoding to stop the systems from allowing or accepting these double counting data, this double count of data, so that we could quickly start to look at what the implications had been thus far and, stop it from going forward. Next slide. So during their assessment, the group determined that some hardware sensors in the right-of-way and/or some vehicle components were causing some trains in service to look like they had run the route twice. Now, mind you, a lot of this equipment is 40 years old. And as I said, it's like an ecosystem where we have tapped into unique sources that are not maybe typically or best practice, but it's what we had at the time many years ago to grab this data. But it was these failures were making some trains in service to look like they had run the route twice, which caused that doubling. And I'd like to be clear that although this faulty information was problematic from a data perspective, it was never safety related, no problems like that with the equipment. And that type of performance area or safety area of that equipment is very well managed with our preventive maintenance program. Next slide. So for 2023 and 2024 MAX ridership, these are calendar years, were inflated 6.5% and 9.3% respectively. For our overall ridership, which includes all fixed route service, our bus, MAX, West, and even our Lyft paratransit service, our ridership was inflated 2.3% in 2023 and 3.6% in 2024. For our 2030 way of calculating, which includes the ridership generated from all services we fund, the impact is similar, and it's actually shown, I believe, on the next slide. Yeah. So that's our new way of counting that we began in 2024. Similar overstatement. Okay, so next slide. Overall ridership did not increase as much as we believed and even hoped, but I would say that on the hope side, one of the things that we need to remember is that we had several very significant disruptions during 2024 and even actually in 2023. We had several months of shutdown on the Red Line in 2023. For 2024, we had winter weather. I'm sure none of you remember that. And our service was basically down on MAX for about 9 calendar days. And we had buses up and running, but people were not out in the system. We have done some estimating work on that, and we believe that because of those events, had those events not occurred, including the Better Red work, which ended up in about 2 months of shutdown and periodic weekend shutdowns, we actually would have had 1.5 to 1.7 million more rides last year. So next slide. And could you actually go back a slide? Thanks. So the number then for our direct services, had we been able to have those passengers, would have been closer to 63 million, and for our 2030 ridership calculation, it would have been over 65 million. Next slide. Okay, so steps that we've taken. We have updated all the ridership estimation formulas, computations, systems to account for duplicate trains and to eliminate any erroneous passenger data. We've reviewed the estimation issue with the National Transit Database folks. They were actually very, very understanding, didn't, get terribly upset, not upset at all. They see these things all the time because agencies struggle with estimating. And we've been told that revising our 24 submission, fiscal year 24 submission is not necessary, but they have asked us to note the issue in our FY 25 submission, and we will be submitting the rerun numbers and show them our new methodology, which by the time we submit that, we will already have had that run through them and the tests done. Next steps is the last slide. So this method of pulling and putting systems together and dragging information from here and there to try and do our estimating work is not ideal. We did apply for and were awarded an ATTAIN grant that will fund the purchase and installation of a CAD AVL system, a true CAD AVL system that is much more sophisticated. We can get away from SCADA and what I call Band-Aids and bubble gum kind of things, trying to grab this information from unique parts of the system. And when that happens, that will dramatically improve our confidence. It'll improve the reliability of the system and of the data and of our and your confidence in these estimating calculations. Again, we're waiting for funding. We're going to complete the triennial validation. I believe that's scheduled for the spring of 2025. And again, NTD is supportive. We passed the last one, no issue. So we don't expect any problems with that now that we've put the patch in that prevents the doubling. And we're ready to provide the revised ridership numbers for calendar years 2023 and 24 for our internal tracking and now for our planning use, which will also be helpful as we figure out what our goals might be in the next several years. Even though we know they're going to be different, we need to start from an accurate place, and we have that now. And with that, that is the end of my prepared remarks. If you have any questions, glad to answer or throw it to Dan.
Good question. Could you briefly cover again with specifically about our max numbers, the drop and the on-time performance and a commitment moving forward or pathways moving forward so that we can minimize the drop and hopefully we can improve drastically? Because I think the public perceives the on-time performance, especially for MAX, as something that are more in our control. I mean, we have the operator shortage and everything else. Because we're insiders, of course we know that it's just not as easy. But I think it deserves more discussion or at least a couple pathway forward where we know it will improve. So wanted to hear from you, Bonnie, about the max numbers and how it can be better when it comes to on-time performance. And I think the ridership will follow. Ridership it will be a result,
Yeah.
right, of that.
So this is a really interesting topic. And I know that at some point soon, I don't believe we had enough time today. And Nessa's actually going to give you a presentation, and I'll help her and talk the whole thing through. We are implementing some different strategies, but I think one of them, something that might reassure you, and it's not to at all be dismissive, but just to let you know that it's not quite as bad as it looks, is that particular on-time performance metric is the literal measure of whether we meet our schedule. It's not a schedule that's posted for anybody else. So we have this concept in our business called headway management. So as soon as we get off schedule, for whatever reason, there's certainly that impact to those passengers when that's happening. But instead of, what then continues to happen is every train is off, even though the headways have been restored, so that the passengers are seeing every 5 minutes or every 10 minutes or 15 minutes as predicted, as expected and as predicted on their app. So it does not feel like it's 76%. So I want to talk to staff a little more about maybe creating a metric on headway management. We did that at Sound Transit. It was very helpful for people to understand that even though you had lost the fixed schedule per se, that was not published to the public, and managing the headways and their experience was what was important. So I'm going to work on that, and we would present those metrics. But as far as digging into the greater level of details, we can either have Anessa get with you individually, or we can do this again, put a presentation together maybe for the next board meeting.
I think if we could genuinely, right, believe and genuinely say that, oh, it's to a public member, let's say it's a technical sort of, it looks bad, but it actually isn't when it comes to the consumer experience. So then maybe the board, from the public perspective, would appreciate a revised number, right, perhaps with an asterisk or something like that, so
Right.
that we know that, technically because of the goals we set for ourselves, it's 75, but in reality, for all intents and purposes, it's actually 95, right? Something like that. So then I think then we can better explain to the public. And so I really appreciate the insight, and I look forward to that.
Well, and one other piece of insight that I had totally forgotten about that Anessa was just telling me about yesterday, or reminding me, and this will blow your mind, but we do on-time performance calculates earlies and lates. Okay, so let's say we have an incident. We're getting dinged on everything that's late.
Yeah.
We're turning trains back to move people in another direction to get them, to another stop or on a bus bridge or whatever. And then we're getting dinged over and over for being early, even though we're moving them. So it's so very complicated. And I don't want you to think for a minute that we don't believe that there are some areas that, we can move this metric, because we know there are.
Yeah.
But it is just this highly complex thing, and I agree with you. I like the two metrics, the schedule performance and what the actual customer experience is.
Look, it didn't bother me when, the federal government changed the definition of inflation or definition of employment, right, so that it looks better, to the extent that there was a good faith argument saying that actually is the number that we want to go for. So if we must change or come up with a new category of numbers, then let's so be it. Let's do that. Yep.
Yeah, I love the idea, so thank you.
JT?
Thank you both for your presentation. Bonnie, I have a comment, and then I have a question, and I'm going to acknowledge that my question is somewhat contradictory of my comment, so I'm just going to put that out there to start. My comment is, I appreciate the sort of trying to capture what the delta, thinking about last year's ridership and the impact of both the red line closures and the ice storm would have been. And my comment is, unfortunately, I say this particularly knowing how absolutely devastating and hard the ice storm was for the executive team and everyone last year. But I think those are becoming very standard.
Yes, oh, absolutely.
And so I just wouldn't want us to say that's a total aberration and we shouldn't think about it. Like, I think we are going to have those impact our ridership numbers moving forward. And so
I agree.
I wouldn't want to see us adjust our ridership.
Oh, no.
Okay,
That
great.
was not meant to, we wouldn't adjust our ridership at all.
Okay, just thinking about accounting for it.
We really ethically can't do that. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
last year, in addition to this miscount, was a particularly bad year with events.
Yes.
That was it.
And I think the better red closures obviously had a pretty significant, I mean, I know.
Yeah.
I know a lot of times I didn't take it home from the airport when I would have, so.
Yeah.
Anecdata to the rescue. But I think my other question is so here's where I'm being contradictory and somewhat hypocritical. If you did account for those numbers, how does that change our trajectory on Vision 2030?
It
Is it
would have gotten us, and I could do I'm doing the mental math, and I'm going to say.
I tried and I failed.
It would have gotten us, I can actually do it right here, because I have it. Let's see. The corrected, it would have gotten us to 65, as high as 65.5.
Okay.
When we came in at 63.7.
And our goal, I always think of Alan's like roughly 10% year-over-year growth is what we wouldn't have needed to do to hit 2030, and that would have been like 67 million, right? I'm trying to remember from an old
Well,
presentation.
we were using inflated numbers from 2023, so this has
Oh,
been
right.
like, this is the.
Yeah, okay. This might be too much math. It's too much math for me.
Not for me. But this is, basically, we would have gone up about 4 or 5%.
Okay.
If those 2024, wish they were going to be unusual.
Yeah.
Events going into the future, if they had not happened. We would have been about a 4 or 5% increase, but not to the 10%.
Not to the place we need to be.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. I have a number of thoughts. I'll try to be as brief as I can and maybe just pare it down to a single remark or question. When we think about COVID in particular, if you had to identify a single factor in that pandemic that was most destabilizing to our ridership, what would it be? I feel like, of course, I know the general answer here, but I just want to hear it come out of your mouth and I know it'll inform, I guess, where I go from here.
Sorry, thank you. You can have the exact same number of riders, but they're only riding 50 or 60% of the amount that they were riding previously, and that's huge. So we're still serving the same customers, still helping them, but they're just needing to use our product less. So that, and I honestly think it's the condition of our city. I really do. I think that I'm astounded at how much we have improved, what's going on in our system, and honestly, in the 3 years since I got here, first got here, that is literally probably 50% of my time. And that's not typical for a COO to have to focus on those kinds of things. But we led an executive team, I'm still leading it, dealing with safety and security, or security primarily, and it's not just the safety people. They didn't create this problem, and they alone aren't going to be able to fix it. So, you know, Sam put together an executive steering committee. We have 5 executives on it. We have, I don't know, 6 or 7 working groups working across the agency, trying to just nibble away at anything that we can control to improve what's going on in the system. The problem is, though, with all of the improvements that we've made, we are still one of the most, if not the most, embedded light rail system into the urban core in the country. So what's happening on our streets still is happening, continuing to happen with all of the work we're putting forth on our MAX vehicles in particular. So those would be the 2 things that I think have impacted us most profoundly.
Thank you for saying that. That's where my mind goes as well. And I feel like sometimes when we look at numbers and, you know, ridership, we think about this smoking gun. We're pointing it feels like we point the gun at the wrong folks. I wonder how we can meaningfully have conversations about increasing our ridership, 10% a year, without having a really complex and deeply thought out government affairs strategy to address people actually returning to the workplace full time. That feels like it should be an institutional priority of ours. And in these conversations, it feels like it's often missing. So we sit here and you have to walk us through a really difficult presentation about, our ridership numbers and the drops, but we aren't able to actually address the single most impactful variable in that entire equation. And then the safety piece is paramount as well. I feel like when we start to shift away from Vision 2030 to TriMet 2030, these are two buckets that I feel like it's really important for us to track. We should be creating metrics and accountability mechanisms that allow us to actually meaningfully take note of, our relationships with other public institutions who might have offices downtown or in other parts of our city. How are our lobbying efforts with those partners going? Because that affects our ridership, that affects our budget, that affects our ability to meaningfully provide people transit service. Similarly, it would be great to come up with more concrete metrics around safety. One of the things I wrote around the access feature was literally an entire safety bucket, but something as simple as a number of incidents relative to the level of ridership on an annual basis. I feel like if we can create toggles around those two buckets of activity and start to more proactively consider those levers that we can pull on rather than just thinking about, well, we had a winter ice storm which shut down our system for 9 days. Oh, we were making some mainline improvements to actually improve max service, and that meant that this was shut down for 2 months. It feels like there are larger factors at play. So
There are, and to your point, I would say I think that the MCSO has helped Andrew collect a lot of new stats that he's going to share with you today. I think you'll find them very interesting. You may see some levers there. But to your point about, or your agreement, I guess, with me about what's going on in the system, there are some sort of startling data sets like number of biohazards in our system every day. And, if you're a rider, you don't want to step in what, or step around it, or smell it, and it is what's going on in our city. And I agree with you completely. This government relations strategy, reaching out, working with these folks and saying, okay, we've been waiting for 3 years to get back to our full complement of 65 officers, where we were, I think, 3 years ago was 16 or 18, and now we're at 22. When are you going to start helping us and doing your part? So I think those conversations, I think you're right, I think they need to happen. And I think we're at a point as a team where, we really have the courage to start, saying, we need you back, we need your help, we need your partnership.
that's right. And it's not just TriMet that needs that. It's the city, it's the region, it's our state, right? When we think about the importance of transit and conversations around environmental sustainability and meeting our climate goals as a region, when we think about what it looks like for us to reactivate our downtown core and meaningfully resituate people back in an area of the city that can oftentimes feel abandoned despite how beautiful it is, right? Like, these are things that are vitally important to everybody who calls this place home, and I think we should start treating the issues as such.
Thank you. I also really appreciate this update, and I know that was also hard, a hard thing to present on in terms of us doing some of the data errors and the miscalculations. So I think my question is just going to be focused on the current and the future. So just minimizing in the future so that we don't have this kind of faulty, the system that we have, the technology. I've heard you say that, it was just something that was like outdated, antiquated, something that we needed to get up to date. So that's really reassuring. And I wanted to ask the looking ahead, because while this could be, sort of a minor thing, obviously it's ripple effects, right? Like how we look at ridership, like that is a big data point that I think we need to get right. So, just stating that, I was just looking at the first bullet point in terms of the looking ahead. And so I have a just, my question was around like the data integration, and then when are we going to have the funding that we need so that hopefully like this error doesn't happen again? So just being proactive and also just like knowing that it sounds like there's like an old system that we're using, we're moving towards a replacement system. Are we integrating past ridership data information to the new system? Again, could be a very weedy question, but if you can just give us a high level of reassurance, I think to the board, so that we know like this is a problem that we're getting looked at. We're going to have this new system come in. Hopefully that will not create additional problems around ridership counts in the future, I think would be helpful.
Well, I can pretty much assure you that the new system will not be a problem. It is for this purpose. And I think that when we talk about systems, system can mean something that's formal and designed to do a specific thing, which is what this one is. The one that we have now was not something you bought off the shelf. Okay. It was something where we, and we are a very resourceful agency, found ways to tap data from different sensors off of equipment that was designed for different things. So the fact that we've done this for 40 years and never had this problem before is pretty cool. But at the same time, you know, you would love to have a system that says warning, 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 or something that, you know, where you're not having to babysit and spend the amount of time required to make sure that everything is right. As far as the awaiting funding, I thought that was, we expected it in the not too distant future, but then different grants have been put on hold. Don't know whether it affects this one or not, but I can get you an answer on exactly when we're expecting that. Do you have any information on that?
We're hoping for it in February.
February, okay.
Okay.
Or at least to get the word that it'll be funded.
That it will be funded, okay.
Okay, great.
So
Thank you.
We've received the grant, sorry, we have been awarded the
Yes,
grant, but
yes.
not obligated.
We don't have the money. Yeah.
Yeah,
That-
deep breaths, everyone.
Yeah.
It's fine.
That's, so that's why I'm saying it's like, yeah, but, you know, things are on hold in many places. Other questions?
Thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Well, I actually had a question for Claire. So in thinking about all of the impacts that I do think are the new normal, unfortunately, whatever that means about just the ridership and the different natural disasters that we have to deal with, and also the reality of people needing a lot more support and not receiving it from other systems that we operate in. And I'm wondering if you could talk to me or share more about how we gauge staff satisfaction. I mean, there's a pretty rapid ramp in hiring recently, and a lot of staff that need ongoing support to operate at their best level amidst everything that's going on. And I know that in the metrics, we're going to talk about access and equity and environment, but I was really curious about staff satisfaction metrics, trends in that area. How are we tracking that over time and really supporting the workforce at TriMet?
Yeah, I was going to say, that is a great question. Probably not something I am the best person, but Kim, and we just had actually information yesterday that was given to the entire executive team about employee engagement survey that we do. Yeah.
Thank you.
Happy to do so. So the timing of your question is fantastic. At our executive team meeting yesterday, we had the results of our voice survey. It's an engagement survey that we do agency-wide. We do it every few years. We saw some increases in some fantastic areas related to engagement and overall favorability. So we do track it from that end. As a result of those surveys, we do take some initiatives, create some plans, and then roll those out to the employees. We do a lot of informal survey of our employees, which includes that my recruiting staff actually has a couple of surveys that they've just started to implement on the onboarding, on their first 6 months, things that are helpful to them, not helpful for them. They gather that informally. And then from that, we take initiatives and we take actions, one of which was creating a peer mentorship program for the operators. We found that the first 6 months especially was incredibly hectic for an operator to go from training to the extra board, which is a very difficult place to be put in as a brand-new operator. So we did create a mentorship program. We're looking to support that further and potentially extend it to our maintenance employees. Same with our maintenance group. We've started to engage in both stay surveys and exit surveys to gather information about what is keeping them here or why they're leaving, and to look to create better ways to support the employees. We just completed negotiations, and as part of the contract negotiations, we did implement a lot of proposals that were intended to support our employees. We have the dependent care now that we're providing to the employees. Obviously, retention is critical for us. We can't just hire to meet our needs, right? We have to keep those employees here. So we have as much effort as we have been putting into bringing employees in to TriMet. We've been putting the same amount of effort into keeping them here. So that is an ongoing process that we are daily looking at. And it's one of the top and primary initiatives of all of my staff, but the staff throughout the agency. So those are definitely areas that we are happy to provide additional information on.
Thank you, that's helpful. I think it would be great, and maybe this is already done. I'm a newer board member, so you might already be doing this, but to have some reports to the board on employee satisfaction at maybe a regular interval and talk about some of those specific strategies, because
Yeah.
I think that will be so important to, as you say, to retain the people that have been hired, and then also just acknowledge the very real challenges of operating in this environment.
Absolutely. One of the supports that we've received from the general manager, Sam, is to hire a person that is specifically geared towards engagement and retention. And so we've just brought a new employee on board, and that is her primary role and responsibility. And so she's going to lead a lot of the effort related to the Your Voice survey, and she will be collecting those metrics and that data and that information, and we'd be happy to provide that as a regular update. Thank you. Yeah?
Thank you, Erin, and thank you, Kim.
Yeah.
Excellent. I know you were prepared, but
Yeah.
this is a retreat. We're being creative and open. Board members, excellent point on the staff and retention. Take notes, because we do have, that's coming up later in our agenda, on recommendations, suggestions for future education pieces and future retreats, so make a note. We do need to shift now to our last presentation, and just to let everybody know, we're eating into our present board question time, but I want to finish out the last presentation, and then we'll move to whatever time we have left for questions.
I think next is Claire.
Yeah, it's me. Well, this has been an excellent transition, I will tell you, to what we are going to be sharing with you next. So thank you, Bonnie. As Sam mentioned earlier, we have been hard at work since I got to TriMet about 8 weeks ago to take a step back and rethink what's most important and what we truly can accomplish over the next 5 to 6 years to face the many challenges before us that we've just been discussing. We are now calling that roadmap our strategic plan, TriMet 2030. Alignment, as Sam talked about, is absolutely key in my opinion. TriMet 2030 is our commitment to aligning our vision, mission, and values with outcomes that matter most to our riders, our employees, and the communities that we serve. Next slide, please. So today's goal for this presentation is to share with you an update on the outcomes that TriMet 2030 will help us focus on, along with the measures, as we've all started to talk about, that will guide our success. And at the end, we're hoping that there will be time to get your feedback and discuss any questions that you have. Next slide, please. You should have a one-page handout, looks like you do, yes, that I encourage you to refer back to as we share with you today. It details our vision, our mission, and our values, along with the outcome areas that we have chosen and the measures of success that we will monitor. As you can see, we are focused on alignment and getting back to the basics while challenging ourselves to continue to think bigger and be leaders in this region and state. The vision, which I always love, is our North Star, being a leader in providing safe and sustainable transportation and making sure that the region we call home is one of the world's most livable places to be. The mission is what drives us daily. It's the heart of what we stand for and why we exist, staying true to our core and providing the safe, reliable, and accessible service that our riders expect. TriMet's values demonstrate our can-do culture and the behaviors and beliefs we live by as we work to accomplish our mission and our vision. These values set the tone for how we show up every day. As I always like to tell my teams, it's not just what you do that's most important, it's how you do it that sometimes matters the absolute most. I and the entire executive team have heard from Sam the importance at this time of staying true to our vision, our mission, and our values, and allowing them to guide us where we go next and how we confront the challenges before us. Next slide, please. As I shared earlier, TriMet 2030 is now the start of our strategic plan for the next 6 years. It puts into action the agency's vision, mission, and values by focusing them on the outcomes that will guide our work. As the region's public transit provider, you can look out these windows and see the buses and trains that every day help our riders to get to where they live, work, learn, and play. We truly connect people for a better life. Through TriMet 2030, we are recommitting to our leadership role to make sure this region is one of the most livable places. But as Director Flowers talked about earlier, we cannot do it alone. To succeed, we will not only focus on the things that we can control, but we will also rely on partnerships where needed to help accomplish our goals. I'll now turn the presentation over to Eric to provide more detail on the TriMet 2030 outcomes and the measures.
All right, thank you, Claire. So access, equity, environment, you have the handout there, and you can kind of follow along, but those are the 3 outcomes for TriMet 2030 that came from months of discussions with agency staff and leaders about what we wanted to accomplish in the next 5 to 6 years. They wanted us to measure how accessible our system was, how our service was being distributed, and how we were taking care of the environment. Access, it's what we do at TriMet. It reflects that we serve as the backbone of our region to get people where they want to go. Equity. It means as the region's transportation backbone, we will provide service where it's needed and where it is used throughout our service district. Environment. That means as the provider of tens of millions of annual rides, we are a leader, like Sam mentioned earlier, we are looked to help take care of our climate and to partner, again, partnership is key, with others in the region to help us do the same. In a moment, I'll share with you a little bit more about why we created and came up with the metrics we did for access, equity, and environment. But the first thing I wanted to do is just go over with you, if I can get the next slide, question for you. Can you tell me the difference between a measure and a metric?
It's a Tyler Frisbee question.
Measure and metric?
Yes.
I would suspect measure is, first of all, a verb where you do the act of measuring. You're counting and whatnot, but metric to me is a noun. So it's sort of objective standard. You're not doing a whole lot, right? Whereas in measure, you're doing a lot. So it's one sounds like a lot of hard work. The other is sort of something to look at.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I could add to that, that would be Aaron's soft measuring tape.
There you go.
That's a clear example of measuring. You measure, but then you do have to take, there comes my accounting head, all of those components of what you've measured
Yes.
and what do they mean?
Exactly.
And you're only going to find the meaning to all the measurements in your metrics.
Perfect. You hit the nail on the head, so I don't even have to tell you the definition. You got it. So when creating metrics for TriMet 2030, we wanted to be able to see the direct impact of our efforts. So we focused on areas where we have enough oversight or control and where we can see the needle move, something within our span of oversight or control, something that the city has the control over. We wanted things that we can touch, feel, and see. And then we also want to have metrics that we can explain what they mean and then why they matter to us and why they matter to the community. And then we want them to be smart. I know y'all have heard about the SMART, but we want them to be specific. We want to be able to measure them. We want to be achievable, relevant, and then time-bound. And the key thing with that is just so that we can track and report on them on a regular basis. Annually is where we're looking at these larger metrics right now. Next slide, please. Access. So when we think about access, we think about geography and locations where we provide service. To demonstrate the access we provide to our region, we'll measure customer satisfaction by looking at the results of our biannual Attitude and Awareness Customer Survey. Even though we've been surveying our customers for years, over the last year we partnered with a company that tracks measures that better reflect what's most important to our customers. Last fall, our customers told us that they want on time, they want frequent service, and they want it to be safe to ride, and then also safe to wait at a stop or station for. Tracking customer satisfaction matters because it helps us understand how our riders are experiencing the system. Whether it's reality or perception, what our customers think and communicate to others about our service matters. More satisfied customers will ride more often, and they'll better recommend riding it to others. The second way we'll demonstrate the access we provide to our region is by measuring the percent of housing units within walking distance of public transit. As our region is already recognized as one of the best in the nation for land use planning, although we don't expect the results to change much year over year, we still feel it's an important metric to help us as we look to build and improve on our system. It'll help us keep our focus on where our population is growing. Tracking the housing units within our walk shed matters because it's directly connected to our mission of connecting people with valued mobility options that are safe, convenient, reliable, accessible, and welcoming for all. And this metric will allow us to follow the growth trends and plan for future service. Next slide, please. Equity. When we think about equity, we think about the people we provide service to. And to demonstrate the equity that we provide our region, we will measure the number of new limited English proficiency riders and program registrations. We have a diverse region and want to make sure that all groups have access to the resources that are available to learn about public transit in their language. Tracking new LEP riders matters because it shows the efforts we're making to increase their numbers matter to us. This speaks directly to our mission and our values of providing accessible and welcoming transit options that are inclusive and equitable for all. Improving on our efforts to reach these unreached riders will increase ridership, and it will demonstrate our commitment to being a regional leader. The second way we'll demonstrate the equity we provide to our region is by measuring the number of subsidized fare program registrations. Tracking this number matters because we want to honor our veterans, our honored citizens, those eligible for reduced fare, and youth in a way that shows we stand behind them. Nothing should be a barrier to using public transit. And if we truly want to connect people to a better life, we need to provide affordable options to our most vulnerable community members. Next slide. Environment. To demonstrate our care for the environment, we'll measure the percent reduction in operational greenhouse gas emissions compared to our baseline. Taking public transportation helps lower the greenhouse gases by getting people out of their cars for their daily activities and getting them on board our buses and trains. For our riders who are environmentally conscious, knowing how their choice to ride transit, how it directly affects the region is important. Communicating this to our riders is a great way to encourage more ridership and to celebrate our leadership in the region. And you hear a theme here of leadership. We have a key role here in the Portland metro area as leaders. We've done a lot of great work the last couple of years with the different safety and security working groups, et cetera, but we're a leader here. We're here, so let's continue to lead. And our stewardship of the environment matters because measuring greenhouse gases is one of the most effective ways of tracking pollution reduction, and it connects directly to our vision of striving to be a regional leader and helping create one of the world's most livable places. The second way we'll demonstrate the environment we provide to our region is by measuring the number of annual boarding rides. Vision 2030 was just looking at those annual boarding rides, but TriMet 2030 is kind of Vision 2030 plus, ridership plus these 5 other areas where we're planning to measure. Ridership numbers are useful to our regional partners, and they can be used to communicate that TriMet is a key player in helping to accomplish our regional climate goals. Tracking ridership matters because it's a great way to measure how many people are choosing transit over other options. While measuring greenhouse gas emissions helps us track pollutants in the air, adding ridership as a companion metric will enable us to track the potential impacts of increased ridership on our environment. And with that, I'll turn it over to Claire to wrap us up.
So thank you, Eric. Our next step after today is we are going to share all of this information with both our directors and managers who helped us get to this point, and then obviously across all of our staff as well. And then it's my understanding that we have an April strategy session coming up, and we would expect to come back to you at that time to update you on our progress. So we've got a lot of work to do between now and April. As I said, this is the start of our strategic plan, but we're all very excited to do it. We did some good work last Friday during our executive retreat, and we've got more planned in the coming days and weeks too. So with that, I think we're all here still available for questions that you have.
Okay. Any final questions before we go to a break? I see two. Okay, JT? No, JT.
The two Blumenauer staffers.
And then-
We can't help ourselves.
Okay.
Well, first off, thank y'all. I got a bunch of questions here. First, it feels like, again, hearkening back to the last few comments I made, it feels like it would be appropriate for there to be a partnership pillar where we are tracking the state of our relationships with different institutions, private sector entities, public partners towards meeting our larger and broader system-wide ridership goals. That just feels like something that's missing. Another two things that felt like they were missing. There's nothing to do with efficiency. The efficiency of dollars spent towards producing a particular outcome. So I'd be quite interested in seeing measures or metrics that accurately track the utility of every public dollar that we put towards moving a particular lever. So what's most useful to us and what are we spending a lot of money doing that's actually not driving the needle forward at all? An example of that could be, for instance, like GHG reduction per public dollar invested, right? Like some sort of concrete efficiency measure would be nice. In the environment pillar, it also feels like we should be thinking more holistically about our procurement process, about our construction processes. There are other elements that pertain to environmental sustainability and emissions beyond just people riding buses and light rail, right? And then as it pertains to the access and equity buckets, which seem to kind of bleed over back and forth between one another, it'd be nice, percent of housing units within walking distance of transit is all well and good, but it'd be nice to also have demographics about the affordability and general makeup of those communities. So who is proximate to transit and who's not? That would be a useful question from my perspective. And then again, it feels like we need something more robust to do with safety. I don't know if that falls in the access bucket, but I feel like that is missing from this as well. And that's most everything that I had on this end.
Okay, thank you. And we do have two good partners that will be having lunch with us today. Yeah, okay. Tyler.
Thank you. I would echo everything my esteemed colleague said. And I guess my first question, which I will just get out of the way because I'm sure you expected it from me, is why ridership and not mode share?
In mode share, we talked about that. We went back and forth on the mode share. And the biggest thing about that was just when we talk about span of control, that is something that we have a small portion. We provide the public transit, but that's impacting the whole region, people choosing to drive, to bike, to different forms of commuting. So we saw us having more ability to move the needle on our transit ridership rather than the regional mode share.
I will push back a tiny bit respectfully because I absolutely understand that point, but I will say I would argue we have more or less as much control over mode share as we do over ridership, which is people choose transit when it's a better option for them. And so when we make transit a better option, they choose it over driving or over walking or biking. And I think a lot of the benefits that we talk about transit bringing to a community are actually benefits that come from our mode share and not our ridership, right? If we have 30% of folks choosing to take transit, that is actually, that is better than if we had a larger number of riders, but that was a smaller percentage of the overall number of trips. Because the question is essentially always, and I'll echo Alan Leto on this, like essentially how are we giving people an option that's not their car? Losing someone because they're staying home because they work from home or because they're walking or biking is not the end of the world in terms of the community impact. So I would push us to think about ride share or mode share in some way. You knew you were going to get that question from me. Right. So I think the other two pieces that I would just flag in this, and I also want to say, I think I appreciate the simplicity of this model. And so comments from the board notwithstand, right? Like we were like, what about this? What about this? What about this? What about my favorite like chew toy? And you know, there's probably ways, I would assume there are going to be more things underneath all this. And so you can choose to incorporate this or not. But my other two sort of comments that line up with Director Flowers, when we talk about percent of housing units within walking distance, at one point we used to also track jobs. And I would just encourage, oh, Bonnie has a thought. I will play poker with you any day.
We spent a lot of time talking about this, and where we landed was as a part of Alan's research. He may have even spoken to it in one of the slides that he gave in the board education sessions. There are not only people potentially leaving, there are jobs leaving. And so, you know, we didn't want to like break ourselves into jail, have this thing that, you know, jobs, we have it right now. I think Nancy was talking about some business she used down here, just left downtown, went to Beaverton or something with free parking. And so, you know, we just felt like for our people, our citizens to have access was the most important thing to measure, and they can have that access from their homes.
Yeah.
So
that makes sense to me, and actually sort of philosophic, the way that I have been thinking about transit lately in this moment of folks, some folks, like I only go to the office 3 days a week. You know, we had relied on the commute model for decades, like that's what transit has been. And we have to shift in some ways to be the recreation model. And I see TriMet doing a great job sponsoring downtown events, you know, getting people around. And that's what I want to say, that's what I appreciate about the Forward Together work, is that it has looked at the folks who don't have choices, who are going to work. How do we make sure that transit is a good option for them? And then I think the next layer is for the folks, like how do we make transit be a thing that is not just for work? And that is a huge culture shift for transit agencies across the country.
right, oh, it is.
It's a huge culture shift for TriMet. And so I know you're all thinking that, and I just sort of put it out there so that you hear it from more people.
Thank you.
And so then, sorry, my last comment is probably some sub-metric under environment, but given that I started out talking about Bob Stacy, I could not talk about environment issues without emphasizing, I think, one of the most important things that transit does, in addition to reducing greenhouse gases from the environmental perspective, is it helps support dense communities where transit works for people. They also often have the option to walk or bike somewhere. Those communities they do, you know, reduce toxins in the air, they reduce air pollution, they reduce greenhouse gas emissions. They also reduce water runoff from pavement. They help protect open space and working lands. They help build a community that is more interdependent and more connected to each other. And so while you're just adding all sorts of metrics and measures to this, I would encourage us to think about our environmental impact beyond just greenhouse gas emissions, which is clearly, you know, the most critical, the crisis. But we do a lot to address environmental issues beyond just air pollution. And so I would just encourage us to think about that. Thank you for this work. It's great.
Thank you for your excellent reports, and okay, we are eating into our break time. 2 minutes, go ahead. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
And
I
next
didn't
time I'll have to remember to speak before Director Flowers and Frisbee, since
Yes.
80% of what I said
I'm
is now
sorry, I
been
didn't
said. No,
see you over there, thank you. Okay.
So the first thing that caught my attention is, as I was going through the vision, we've got safe, convenient, sustainable, and integrated. And I wrote down, where's reliable, right? And then right there in the mission statement, it says reliable, but it doesn't say it in the values. So I'm wondering, just from a consistency standpoint, to take Director Frisbee's point a little bit further, that people are giving up license by using public transit, right? If I'm going to the office and I can't get home because my bus isn't there or whatever's going on, then that doesn't just affect me, that's my kids, my appointments, I miss all sorts of things. And so I know we're doing the state of good repair and we're trying to, really focus on reliability, so I'd just like to see that reflected throughout the document. And on the second piece on the environment, a lot of great points, but it wasn't that long ago that I was at the hydrogen bus, opening, and we've talked about, charging stations and all these things. I'd like for us to get regular updates on where those things are in terms of, great big program, but as far as I know, it's going to be years till it's done. But if there are things that are happening sooner, again, I think it's a very important thing for us to trumpet as not just being reliable, but as a environmentally responsible effort that we're doing, so that we make that public and that we're all aware of it. So, less than 2 minutes.
Very good, thank you, and add that to your list of educational updates. Awesome, awesome. Okay, I had my arm twisted.
5 seconds, 5 seconds.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Oh, I don't even need a minute. I'm so sorry. I think this will be music to Claire's ears. To exactly Director Kellogg's point here, one thing that feels missing from the vision category is this notion of innovation. I don't see it as a pillar in and of itself, but it feels like it should be an overlay for all of the work that's explicitly called out in name, just so that we're reminding ourselves that this is more than triage work, right? Our responsibility is to create a world-class system that's at the forefront of conversations of what's possible in an urban context. That's it.
Thank you, that was less than a minute, awesome. Before we take a break, we have 1 minute from Sam.
And not even 1 minute.
Okay.
First, I just want to say that we heard you. I've got tons of notes that I've taken here. There will be general manager update reports with employee satisfaction, with the environmental piece that you brought forward as well. We heard you all. We will take this information back. We will refine our TriMet 2030 with some of the points that were made. So wanted to just reassure you that we heard everything.
Thank you. Before we take a break, it's really clear we need more than one retreat a year. Yes. So the next one is November, so we'll keep November and possibly one in February. I think it's important to hear from us as opposed to in the public meeting when we're following an agenda. Thank you. All right, let's take a 10-minute break. All right. Can we grab our seats so we can get started? Can we all take our seats and get started? Hello?
And then some of the stuff smell like.
Yeah, I get it. Right. Yeah. That's good.
I know we love each other, but we need to get together more often. Before we start, I just want to call attention to our agenda. We have the safety and security update by Andrew, and then we have Sheriff Nicole and District Attorney Nathan Vasquez joining us for lunch. So if you note under that, so I'm going to ask, and Andrew is going to back me up, to hold Q&A until after. Now, I don't want to take out my badge. It says retired, but I do have my handcuffs, and so I will, no.
Just you dare flip up that sign.
We have a slight modification on who's showing up, so Andrew, you should talk a little bit about.
Okay.
Will do,
So
yeah,
you have the floor.
Okay, well, hey, great to be with you, TriMet Board of Directors. Thank you for your service. Slight modification today. We have DA Vasquez as well as Julian and Brian, who are both on our contracts. You guys have met Julian, I think most of you. Fabulous partners there. But Sheriff Morrissey O'Donnell was not able to be here, so she sent her Chief Deputy, Carrie Kerr, who will be here instead. So, and you probably even know Carrie, yeah. So, as well as Matt Jordan, our Transit Chief, he'll be attending with us as well. So, good partnership update coming, but I will try to wrap up by 11:30 so that we respect their schedules, or we can all eat lunch and you guys can interact with them. So,
It is a working lunch, so we'll just kind of
yeah.
keep going. Okay.
For sure. Well, before we even get started, I was paying attention. Great conversation in the prior, presentation. And I just want to kind of circle back to a couple things even before we get started. One of them, which is really near and dear to my heart, that your voice, which Director Graham, I think you referenced, how we understand what our safeties or our employees are experiencing. Safety was listed as a top strength this year, which is really near and dear to my heart because that has not been the case over the last few years. And I think it's a testament for all of our partnerships that was actually listed as the #1 top strength in that Your Voice summary. So I know it's self-serving, but that was really near and dear to me to see that when that came through. So I look forward to all of you reviewing that and kind of seeing the feedback from employees. So we've made some advances there. Security incident per ride, we actually have that metric. I don't have it here today, but I can get you that, Director Flowers. It's a great question, and it kind of goes into the future where we're headed with our security software, particularly Omnigo, to really track everybody's experience out there. And I'll get into that a little bit today, but that metric we do have. So great question. And obviously, it's all about partnerships. So you're going to hear a lot of partnership updates today as I dive in, and we'll get started. Next slide, please. So first off, I just want to reorient everybody to kind of how we're set up here at TriMet. Obviously, we have what we call a multidisciplinary approach to public safety. This is informed out of our Reimagine Public Safety campaign. I do think we continue to get very good results from this, and obviously it's pretty innovative around the country. We share this model. We do need to get our law enforcement back in, which we have some things. Sam and I are even meeting with Chief Day on that in a couple weeks, as well as just continue to work with the Sheriff's Department and other agencies as they restaff to build those numbers. But we have a very good approach to public safety here at TriMet, and I think it's resulting in good feedback from the community as we continue to get after some of the things that are out there. So I won't go into these in detail. Happy to meet with any of you to discuss them, but This is kind of how we're set up: transit police, transit security officers, customer safety supervisors who do that code enforcement, fare enforcement work. I was actually out with this team 4 times in the last couple months. I was actually out there yesterday. Really professional group of people, and the feedback we're getting in some of these surveys is that that is done in an unbiased way. It's very professional, and there isn't any adverse outcomes like there were in the past. You remember 5 years ago, we got a lot of feedback on that. So it's really good to see that fair enforcement occurring and that people are not talking about it in the ways that they used to before. We also have our customer safety officers, who are those security guards that go with our customer safety supervisors and make sure they're safe as they do their work. Because that's a very challenging role. Like I said, I'm out there with them. They end up in some heavy interactions sometimes with folks that, you know, need to actually pay their fare, and probably are in a situation where they shouldn't have been on the system and may even have an outstanding warrant or two, et cetera. So this is difficult work, but they do it very admirably for our community. And then, of course, our safety response team. I'm going to give you some numbers on their impact in the community. They're doing really, really, really good, positive work on the 3 areas that we always look at, which is mental health, drugs use and abuse systems, as well as homelessness. And those 3 things impact our system daily because they're impacting our community daily. So it's important that we have a response to those, and I'm really proud of the team. I brought them in front of this group before. You've interacted with some of those team members. They're doing excellent work. Next slide, please. So these are some stats. Now, we have different stats that come in. We have our ACID database. We also have our Omnigo security software that you all approved, which I'm going to get into that today. Really good. This is actually from our MCSO contract. And so what this does is this actually is data related to law enforcement in our Tri-County area where it involved transit. And so we actually have a data analyst on that contract, and they give us really good transit-specific metrics, which we can actually compare to the community around us, and we do a whole lot better than some of the areas, obviously, we're riding through. And you'll hear me talk about that sometimes in the media. We are a lot safer than the streets and the neighborhoods that we drive through sometimes, but that perception is not there because you're in an enclosed space. It's different in transit. We get that. So trying to get out there and actually drive that needle on perception is really important to us. And so but you can see dispatch calls for police service. 2021 was a brutal year for us in terms of just responses, incidents. We've moved that down. You're starting to see that level off. There'll always be law enforcement, dispatch to certain areas. But I think what you're seeing is over time, while we've built up staff and security to deal with some of those response times, have security at locations, you're seeing those dispatch calls for police service come down. I will say we do know when our busiest times are, that 4 to 10 period as well as 7 to 8. 7 to 8, really, that morning hour is really tricky because you got a lot of folks that are waking up on the streets and get back onto a transit system. And so that's an area, key area for us to monitor. But you can see that slow progression down. Next slide, please. This one I'm really proud of. This is this year, so the same data before, but just this year in terms of calls for police service. But if you look at the decrease in assaults on our system as well as the decrease in robberies on our system, this is from the MCSO since 2022, we've made phenomenal progress. And this progress is a lot better than the community and other areas because we have a smaller footprint, a little bit more control of what's in, and we do still have folks that run to transit to make a 911 phone call or talk with an operator. So we're kind of a zone of refuge at times for the community as well. And so we're really proud of that fact. But these are really good metrics. I did put up at the top just the 8,000 cameras. Those investments in camera systems pay off every single day, not just for us, but for our community as well. So very, very good stuff there. So we'll go to the next slide. And this is just priority level calls for service. And it just shows you non-emergent versus emergent. You can see there's more non-emergency than emergency, which is kind of ticked up just a bit. Like I said, what I like about this is we're starting to kind of level off. I want people calling for law enforcement. We want to see this, when it's necessary, right? So, but over time, this is a good metric for us just to kind of keep an eye on. If folks are calling law enforcement or for law enforcement, and like they were in 20 and 21, it was going way up. We don't have 21 on this. It would be even more stark in terms of that progression downward, if you remember that prior slide. But this is just more progress. Next slide, please. So I'm moving out of the MCSO data just to look at safety and security by the numbers. If you think about how we've increased in the areas that we've increased, and that's impact on those prior slides, just think about that, because as we've moved up, I think we've seen that activity. And we hear it from the public. We're starting to hear that. I don't know if you caught at the beginning of the presentation those two items about, do you feel safe at a bus stop? Do you feel safe on a bus? Those metrics are improving, and I hear that as well. And some of that is just the community getting healthier as well, but this is why partnership is so important. And we talked about this earlier, but TriMet, when we travel, you talk to we are absolutely, I think Bonnie said this, embedded in our community. So a healthy community for TriMet is that much more important. So this is why partnerships are so important as well. So, and I think JT, you'd mentioned that, and I totally agree, Director Flowers. This is a huge emphasis for us, is how we can build healthy partnerships for the future. So, next slide, please. So, hey, that was an interesting segue. I didn't even. Today, we're going to have the Multnomah County Sheriff's Department here with us. They are in that lead position, just as a reminder, in terms of our transit police. Great partnership there. You'll meet our transit chief. He'll be here today if you want to interact with him, Matt Jordan, a fabulous partner. We also have our Multnomah County DA prosecutors, Julian Samuels and Brian Hogan will be here. You feel free to interact with them as well. Both great partners, as well as their boss, DA Vasquez. And then one of the more innovative partnerships, and just folks that are very aligned with where we're headed, POIC, which I know Director Flowers knows, and actually Director Frisbee happened to be walking down the street while we were doing some media with them the other day, randomly. Were you just out on a walk? Yeah?
Yeah, it was a walk, it was a work meeting.
It was great. Anyway, so, but Portland Opportunities Industrialization Center, they've been active in our community for 50 years, doing excellent work, connecting diverse communities with technical jobs, which is another real great nexus for us at TriMet. I've had some conversations with Dan Blair about in our training department. Once, we've actually just changed some things to lower the age of folks that are out as service workers to 18 from 19. We worked on some things with the FTA there, but getting that conduit of young people coming into like maintenance jobs at 18, which could sit for 30 years and pay mortgages and pay for college. I mean, it's just really exciting. So I've talked to Joe about that. Joe McFerrin is the president of POIC, has a long legacy there. But we have engaged in a community safety contract with them where they actually have community safety workers that are attached with us now. They meet with our security teams. Pat has a security weekly meeting, and folks are there sinking in on how they can kind of bolster each other, get connected to the community, understand where the unsafe areas are. They also do help for us at basketball games and different community events where they can really be connected and understand who's not going to be in a good position this time, whether they're involved with a gang or whatever, and protect kids. So I really am proud of that partnership. They're going to actually be here in February and tell you about their own good work, so I won't talk any more about that. And in March, we're going to renew that contract, so it'll be back in front of you. And Joe will be here in March. He can't be here in February, but Haig and Roy will be here in February. So. Anyway, but Joe will be here when we renew the contract in March. But very good partnerships developing. Next slide, please. So just a quick update on our safe transit legislation. We pushed this through last year. We got some great sponsorship. We continue to see the need to advocate for a safe transit system. We are the voice of how we're going to accomplish that in the area, and it does help our communities as well. And so getting into Salem with the things that are necessary to run public transit in our metro area safely is important. We have a new package of things that are going down there right now. We already have a significant amount of sponsorship for. I got the update last night, but we're asking for photo identification for our customer safety supervisors so that they can actually confirm. This will come up a bit later, just keep that in the back of your mind. But, and also kind of establishing a definition change to what qualifies as a transit security officer. So, but we have great sponsorship for both of those initiatives, and so we're excited this year to continue to bring tools to bear. I will say SB 1553 and HB 4002, SB 1553 went in January 1, recall, and HB was back in September, but they have resulted in more arrests, particularly on transit or in transit areas. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean somebody's going to get locked up for a long time. It does mean that there's some intervention and eventually, hopefully, some rehabilitation. But that activity is happening, and it's keeping our riders safer. They're seeing that activity out there. We're doing more missions with the transit police with those tools in effect, since that's been very helpful. Next slide, please. So this is a transit worker assault I did 4 years here, and this is interesting, and I just want to tell you guys, we have two different metrics that we track here. We track operator assault, which you've seen come down now for several years, primarily because of things like barriers for the bus operators. If you're riding a bus right now, you'll see them behind a barrier. That's becoming industry standard. Here at TriMet, we did that really early on, so I think we got some good reductions there. We also have safety monitors on the buses, and then, of course, our security presence. And so we've been able to drive that operator assault number down. It's interesting, at TriMet, we started tracking in 2019 operator assault different than the rest of the country. It was a little bit more holistic because it looked after leading indicators and verbal assault. We started that in 2019. That has now become the FTA standard, and it's now been expanded to anyone working in transit. So this, now you'll notice, we didn't really start coming down until 24 because in 23 and 22, we were tracking the overall experience of transit workers. So you think about, you add all this safety and security, those guys are getting assaulted now. That's really what happened. And so it's a better way to track this because we have a lot of CSS people that are not operators. We have a lot of transit security that are not operators, but they were also experiencing that assault level. And so this is what the FTA asked for now. So this was actually what we submitted to NTD this year, is that transit worker assault. And you'll see that if you dig through the very many pages of our agency safety plan, you'll see that distinction in there for the change for this year. But this is how we'll be looking at this going forward, just FYI. So we'll go on to the next slide. So this is 2 slides on rail and on bus with reports of smoke and fumes. And this is a huge gain for us. You can see the reduction. You can go to the next slide. This is bus, but bottom line is this was something that was a real detractor for our riders. Obviously, if you're sitting in the max and a guy is lighting anything, even if it's smoking, cigarettes, it shouldn't be on the system, and you are not in a safe position. And so having to deal with those illicit or just reports of smoke and fumes on the train was a very difficult journey for us, and it's part of the reason why we got to SB 1553. I will say this is reports of. A lot of these things, you get people that come in and they've been smoking, it's all over their clothing, people smell it, they're not looking back, and they just say somebody, we'll run the video and you realize they actually weren't smoking on the train, but the report was there. But either way, that perception of safety piece is what we're after, and if you don't feel safe, we need to be, really getting after that. So anyway, a couple great metrics there. Really proud of that work because you can see where we were in 21 and 22. Really, really difficult spaces, and when you're trying to build perception of safety and dealing with these kinds of issues, this is really basic. Got to get after that. So we'll go to the next slide. Oh, yeah.
Do you think the bump up in October and November of this year is related to HB 408?
That's a great observation, because what you don't see on there is January, and it bumps even a little bit higher. But I believe that's because we've done all the media about SB 1553, and people are going, yes, we want to report this, which is good. We want that. It's not huge, but it's enough of a jump that something happened. And so HB 4002 went into effect 9/1, SB 1553, and a bunch of communication about it went out on January 1. So you're going to see people reporting more. Of course, we give them more access to reporting tools than we've ever had before as well. So, but yeah, I do think that's a very close connection there to that. So, yeah, great question. Strategic database. So this is just kind of innovation and strategy and technology. You know, we've been really leaning into innovation here at TriMet in this space. But we are using hotspot data to improve patrolling, particularly from security side. You'll see some of that in a couple of the slides in the future. We are doing more public safety missions, bike missions, missions around SB 1553 in particular with transit, so that's helping. And then obviously the use of strategic cameras. Customer reporting tools, you've seen those. We've done a lot of media on there. Been really thankful. The public affairs has been pushing out a lot of media on the reporting tools, which is really helping us because now we have somebody to capture them in our Security Operations Center. So that's been very helpful. And I will say, I'm going to give you a little data on the blue light phones, but we're not seeing a huge volume of people using blue light phones in terms of pressing the button, which makes sense because most people have phones, right? But what we are seeing is people that we have probably helped in a medical condition, particularly, you know, why they use this blue light phone? Probably because they didn't have a cell phone. So what would have been their communication tool to get in and get help? And so that's been very helpful. Plus, I've been going to Blazer games. It's a tough season, but I'm going. But yeah, but downtown, what I've been seeing, you know, everybody talks about those stanchions because you see the blue light. You know, if you're on the blue line coming into town, you see the blue light. So there's a perception of safety piece there too. I don't want people to lose track of as well. It's an additional security tool that's out there. So next slide, please. Here's a little bit more on them. We have 11 phones installed so far. Over the next year and a half, we'll have 75 more of these phones installed. Right now, we've been working with the IT and facilities department. These things are only costing us $11,000 to $12,000 for an install, which nowadays in today's market, that is unbelievable. So we're really excited about, you know, getting that perception of safety piece for a relatively low amount and making people not only feel safer, but safer on our stations platforms. The reason we're only doing 75, if you do the math on all their stations and platforms, we don't own all the space. So we're working on ways to do something similar at places we don't own, but we're not quite there yet. So next slide, please. And this is the data that we received October through December. Obviously, we're in February now, so there's more, but this is just that first quarter. I will say a lot of these installations came in October and November, so this was ramped up to 11. But you'll see pretty low numbers ramping up. We'll probably have a little bit more now. But you know, people seeking assistance for things like welfare checks. I mean, did that save a life? In some of these cases, somebody applied Narcan. So those are those kinds of things you can't really track perfectly, but we love that people have used these. They've come into the SOC, and we have an option for our riders. Next slide, please. So a couple just updates on the Security Operations Center. You say DPSST, Department of Public Safety and Standards and Training. That's where we actually do dispatch training for 911 operators. We sent our dispatchers through that same program. So the folks that are up in the SOC, those of you that I'll be giving a tour to here soon, got the same levels of training as 911 dispatchers, which is just phenomenal. Our emergency management division did a great job on this. We have a trainer in that division named Elizabeth Dowell who really attached to those. Pat Williams was instrumental, Ian Stewart, our emergency manager, but really standing up a very, very professional group, which this agency has needed for I think a very long time, but we're there now. And so we're starting to get that data analytics. I'm going to share some of it with you this morning from our Omnigo. This is really becoming what I wanted, which is the nerve center of all the information of security. So we really have a pulse of what's going out on the system. They also have dispatch capabilities, so they can send folks out to events. And as it says at the bottom, they have 3,000 fixed cameras that they can actually in real time look at. So if they hear a report of an issue in an elevator, they can pull it up with 2 or 3 different views and dispatch an appropriate response, including facilities response, because a lot of you heard about this morning, biohazards, cleanliness issues. Our facilities maintenance team has done an incredible job over the last year, just really stepping up to address those. They really have. But having that ability to pull it up on a camera and say, this is what the issue is at that location is really awesome. Next slide. So these are just some of the calls from August through December. You know, recall, we didn't have a manager in this division until September. But so this is preliminary data. Omnigo went into effect in October. So we're kind of slowly getting into this. I'm hopeful. I think we talked about maybe a monthly update or something along those lines for you all. I'm going to start giving you those data points just so you have them when you're speaking in the community. You can advocate on our behalf for the progress. But you can see the types of calls that are coming in and it's tracked. We know where they're coming from. And so that's really helping us inform our path going into this next phase. If you look at we can go to the next slide. This is heat map data for police calls that they're tracking as well, so we know where all the law enforcement calls that are coming in are going. This just helps us inform our approach to security and where we're stationing people. Not a lot of surprises here. You know, I'm a Gresham person, so I'm very familiar with the East Side Blue Line, and you know, it's very similar to downtown Portland in terms of the issues that you'll see on the train. So it's good that we're starting to marry this up with good data. Next slide, please. And this is actual hotspots identified by the number of calls that are coming in. And so this is really new for our agency to have these types of tools to be able to really identify what has caused us the most, you know, I'll say us and our customers the most grief over the last 30 days. So we can think about how to, you know, basically set up the next 30 days for a better program. Little things like just recently, we've been working a lot at 122nd. A lot of the issues that were at 122nd along the blue line have now migrated to 148th. That's bearing out in the data that's coming in. And so as you do certain activity, you know, one of the things, we have a great transit police department. There are 22 folks that work very hard with us, but our footprint is so much larger than a capacity of 22 people, and this is why we have such a large security staff. So we are trying to get all those measures so that we can really understand how to apply the right resources in those areas. So it's been really good to have these tools available to us. And we are working with a security contractor on how to really develop the best tools for our SOC going into the future and how to marry it up with data. And that's been really informative as well. So good things coming out of this group and more to come this year. Next slide, please. So code enforcement, I want to give you an update on code enforcement. You might remember over last summer and into the fall, we spent a good deal of time educating the community that we were coming back and doing more fare enforcement. Obviously, greater visibility during peak ridership is what we have been focusing on because we want people to see us out there. When I go out and travel with this team, I'm out there usually at the end of the day, so it's 4 to 6, and I'm watching a lot of commuters. I will tell you, and you probably all witnessed this, but when code enforcement gets on, number one, you see a great thumbs up from the operator, right? And then you get on the bus, you'll have a couple folks jump off the bus, right? I mean, it's the same thing every bus. Trains are very similar. And then, you know, you'll run into, lately it's been one maybe person on the bus who gets a citation. Sometimes none. Which is just so impressive that you have 50 people on there and everybody's scanned. So it's nice. But the other thing you see is everybody wants to high five our guys. So I just say, and they're a really professional group of people. You know, we've just got a very diverse group. I rode with on Monday. One of my CSS told me about his time in the Iraqi army. The other one told me about his time on the national basketball team for Morocco. And I just thought, it's like I'm here with a bunch of all-stars. Just hearing their experiences, you know, and how they came over. So it's just crazy. But anyway, it's a great group of folks in our community doing good work. They're very professional. They're very courteous. They do customer service. They will say to people, please take your foot off that seat. Somebody might need it. They will say to somebody, this is a preferred seating area. We need you to move out because somebody, you know, in an ADA situation will need that with somebody in a mobility device, and people understand it, and they go, okay, generally, you don't have. So it's nice to know that there's some, you know, ability to control what's on our system, and these guys do a great job in that. We did get them new fare inspection tools as of yesterday. Tuesday, they have all new readers. Our readers before that were 15 years old. So really heading in a good direction there. So if you see them out there, you'll see them with a very big reader now that's better for us. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. They look like just an old cell phone almost. Anyway. But the new ones are pretty big, actually, but they're very effective. So fair and code enforcement, this is just a honest look of what we're doing right now. You'll notice that the warnings are very high on that. Out of Reimagine, we gave the people, it really wasn't baked into code, but it became kind of a standard operating procedure, which is if it was your first offense, you got a warning, right? Problem with that is the only way we know it's your first offense generally is your name, and people provide false names. So this is why we're doing that photo identification piece with Salem. So appreciate your voice and support with anybody that you have the opportunity to influence in legislature. But we do need that because then our folks can say, oh no, we did see you yesterday, and apply that citation. Right now, we're migrating towards pretty much just assigning citations. That's hard on our folks because they're customer service oriented and we don't like to jam people up. So it's just kind of a journey that we're on. But with photo identification, I think that will be a lot easier. But we are moving more towards a downtown parking situation. We don't know why you're parked in the wrong spot. Guess what? You got a ticket. So we are moving more towards that philosophy because, you are giving license to be able to use this, and having somebody else use it without paying or, causing a disruption, it's not fair to everybody else. And so we're moving towards really just making sure it's a citation. And you'll see that kind of trend line up at the top, that warning come down. It's more drastic. I'm just getting some preliminary data from January. You're seeing that warning number come down further and a little bit more uptick in the citations. I'd like to say that drop in citations there into December was because more people are paying fare. I don't think we're there yet. Maybe a little, but not quite. But I think that really what that is representing, if you're seeing that, is really holidays and vacation time. So we have 47 people in this space right now doing this work with 4 management. And they do a great job. They're located all over the place, and I'm just really proud of this team. If you see them out there, you're riding, tell them great job, because I do think at times it can feel like a thankless job. So it's nice to know that people are supportive. Next slide, please. It's just a couple areas of focus. More ability for fair enforcement, more checks throughout the day, greater visibility during high ridership times. I talked about that. But we're also doing a lot of elevated communication about the honored citizen reduced fare. So they have information that was provided to them by public affairs when they run into somebody and they say, why weren't you paying today? And they say, it's because I don't got enough money. They introduce this concept. So they're also doing education out there. And again, in that scenario, I've seen it. You're probably going to get a warning for that first time, So we do try to give them the ability to stay in that customer service element, but we do need to have citations because we need people paying fare. It's a paid fare system. So next slide, please. So a quick update on the safety response team. Love this team. They've been in front of you. I've told you about that, but it's necessary for us to have a resource that's connected in with social services in the area, given how many folks we transport. We're transporting people all over the city that are experiencing those issues of houselessness, mental health, and/or drug abuse. And it's important for us to have that out there. I'll tell you, I get more feedback from the safety response team from the community than anybody else when people see them in action, because our community does care for people and we see the plight that folks are in. And so it's good to have a resource out there where they're connected and they can make those referrals. Again, this group is made up of folks that are PSU graduate students in social work to folks that have lived experience for 15 years in addiction. And that is a really beautiful pairing to go out and do this work. It's just a very diverse team and very connected. So these are some numbers on the safety response team. These are all in contacts for the month. So this is where they've stopped, had a conversation with somebody. It could have been about wayfinding. It could have been about they need a pair of socks. It could have been, hey, are you sleeping? Or, because they do apply Narcan, this team. Doesn't happen as much as some people might think, but 1 to 2, 3 times a month, we're actually applying Narcan to situations where they come across, usually not on our vehicles, it's usually on platforms. But those are the kinds of things that this group does. They have tremendous capabilities. They can, help with just ridership and wayfinding. They can, apply, a heavy medicinal dose of Narcan. They can give you a granola bar. They can give you a water bottle. But they're out there really to improve the customer experience for everybody and really watch for the most vulnerable. So really proud of this team's efforts. That when you think about almost 9,000, that's a lot of contacts out in the community, and they were very visible in the community too, because they've got that blue and yellow that's very visible, all by design. But next slide, please. These are just the kind of highest level things that they do when they code. Pretty much any time they meet with somebody, and they actually have a conversation, it gets checked as customer service. If there's a medical intervention of any kind, that could be counseling, that could be provision of water or granola bar because somebody looks like they really need it. It could be socks, it could be a bunch of different things that they do from a medical standpoint. And then just TriMet code discussions and reports to SOC. You can kind of see they're out there, eyes and ears, and again, they're watching for the most vulnerable, but they're also improving the customer experience. So next slide, please. So a couple ongoing safety and security goals for this year, just to kind of look ahead. We're expanding TriMet's overall security presence. We are working with a contractor. Now that we've built to these levels, there's actually an RFP out right now. I think it closes on the 4th. But for an updated security deployment strategy, and this is just for our transit security in light of all the metrics we've seen, and really get kind of a national look in terms of how we should apply what we do here in Portland to get the most benefit out of the data now that we have and the increased numbers. And so we're really excited about doing that. If you read about other transit carriers like I do around the country, you'll see things. Catherine Hochul in New York has now been putting 2 MTA officers at certain hours of the day, really strategically, because that's a huge investment. I mean, the money associated with that has got to be incredible. I haven't seen the numbers yet, but it's got to be incredible. But they have a real problem on their hands, but you'll see how they're doing it is strategic throughout the day at different time intervals. And so we want to hear that from others and kind of build a good plan. So we're excited to do that this year. We are still providing enhanced de-escalation training, more so now than ever, to frontline employees. I've been working with training department to get that done. There's more ongoing rider education, and you'll see CPTED, crime prevention through environmental design. You'll see it everywhere now. You'll start to see the lighting improving. You'll start to see surveillance. That's been expensive, but so necessary, particularly to some of our legacy areas like the Blue Line, which had not seen the same kind of investment and have not been worked on since the 80s with new technology and that sort of thing. So you're starting to see a lot more lighting, blue light phones going in. So it's a really good time for us in that space. And next slide, please. I think we're pretty close to a break, aren't we? Yeah. Oh, my general manager gave me a time check 5 minutes ago. That's a bad sign. All right. Well, we're going to break up there, and after lunch, we'll have more for questions. But please interact with some of our partners that are here as well. And that's all.
I mean, this retreat for 10, 15 minutes, we're past the time, but I'll open up for questions on the safety and security presentation from Andrew Wilson.
All right. Hey, Pat, do you mind, I'll give you that from Tim, just FYI. Well, any questions for me, I would take them.
All right, I'll start with Kathy and then Robert.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. We may not be able to go back to slides, but if we can, that'd be great. But there was a slide 21, I think, talking about the fair enforcement. And I was just curious, there was a bullet point that said, during peak ridership times or peak times. And so we started talking about the partnership with different sports teams that we all love, yes. and tons of people obviously board our transit system there. Can you talk to me a little bit about, like, if we have like mass boardings like that, like how are we going to be checking fares?
Yeah, so we do fare enforcement and work out at events. Just going to a Blazer game just recently, you'll see a ton of our folks out there. They don't do the same type of activity that they normally do when there's a crush load. They stay on the platform and they engage as necessary, but they don't clear the whole train just because of those crush loads. But they do fare enforcement. So there will be people that are issued citations, but it's very equitable in terms of everybody is getting going through that process when they do it. And that's one of the things we don't want to do is target folks in a large crush load scenario. And so we've had some really good successes with that recently with having security, and we're kind of starting to experiment with our SETS team, which is our special events team, to do some channelization a little bit better at those events. Everybody that goes to a concert nowadays, you have to go through those steel grids to get in. You get your bags checked, all that sort of stuff. We're not to the stage of checking bags and that sort of thing, but we can make it so that folks have to interact with people as they board, and that's where we're headed. But that's a challenge for us. One of the things that we have done is we really want to be very out in public with the additional tools that we have to build that perception of safety. So we throw a lot of resources at those events because everybody sees them. And so that's where we get a lot of the feedback of, hey, there's a lot more security out there because there's that many people out there interacting. So.
Thank you. I think that's important to note that there's masses of people, right, who are going to these events. It's great that they're all taking public transportation. I think it's also a big, hopefully generator of revenue for us because it's just compared to like the normal 8 a.m. commute and, a Blazer game or a Thorns game. Just visually, you can tell like those Maxes and buses are packed. And so we'd hope that everyone on there, would be, honoring our fare code. The other question that I had was around collecting surveys. And so I know that we, do sort of a customer survey, and I am curious in terms of that ridership profile of the folks who are, taking the Max, for example, to the game, on whether or not they're only just doing it on game day or whether or not they are, customers who, are also kind of, frequent riders. I think just given the amount of folks that are using our system, that might be a really good way to continue getting feedback or surveys. Sometimes some people are just like, leave me, understand, right? They're like, I'm just here for the game, like I don't want to take your survey, but again, I think it could be a really good opportunity just to kind of capture a pulse of, would they take TriMet, right? Like regularly,
Mm-hmm.
like are they interested in, having this, being a part of their, the regular experience in addition to just going to games. So that was just my sort of two things. And then the other one, really quickly, I want to talk about the safety response team. So I've seen those those folks in action every Thursday, or almost every Thursday, I shouldn't say every Thursday. There's a wonderful organization called City Team. It's a lot of it is like faith-based groups, but there's just a lot of volunteers that volunteer with City Team, and there's a program called Night Strike Portland. I don't know if you've heard of it, but there is every single, almost Thursday, with the exception of the some of the replacement things that are happening underneath the Burnside Bridge. They give about TriMet out, like to a lot of the houseless community in downtown Portland. And I have seen like firsthand our safety response team there, and some of them, they even know a lot of these individuals by name and just by their stories. So I just want to say, like, that is a testament to the relationship building that we are doing as an agency to really kind of understand, right, like people's stories and people's unique experiences. I just want to say, if, you know, just lastly, sorry, I know I'm rambling, but I think it would be great to bring in more partners like Central City Concern, like the Union Gospel Mission, like the folks that are really on the ground doing a lot of this work with the houseless community, to bring them into our community pillar as we're trying to, you know, build our strategic plan. I think there's a lot of assumptions of houseless folks and kind of, you know, just sometimes people maybe not feeling safe around them. Again, I don't share that lived experience, but I think having, more relationship building that we can do with those agencies and with those executive leaders who are serving those folks and our executive team, I think will be really helpful in like rebuilding our city.
Yeah. No, that's great comments. Just a couple quick follow-ups. The manager of the safety response team does connect with a lot of different groups. One of them we just were working with was a group called Breaking Cycles. I don't know if you've heard of them. Some of our recruitment to get onto the PPI contract for the SRT takes place in some of those organizations, which is really exciting. Gives them a vehicle to, you know, get a steady job and get a little bit more stable in their life. They're already transitioned to a more stable spot before they'd be able to be employed. But those are those kinds of partnerships. I absolutely agree. That's where we're headed and what we're doing. I'll also say you're absolutely right, Director Way. That Foo Fighters concert up at Providence Park was such a big moment for TriMet. It was a moment for the city, but it was a moment for TriMet, and our transit police partners, Matt Jordan himself was up there that night. We also had customer safety supervisors, lots of security, and for a reason, there's 30,000 people that can attend that event, and they were there. So I didn't realize how much larger that venue is in comparison with the Rose Quarter until that event, but those are the kinds of things that we need to be working towards. Is being more visible, especially as the community heals a little bit and starts to do more normalized activity. That's how we're going to get our riders back. So, good points.
I just want to repeat again how proud I am of what you guys have done on safety and security.
Thank you.
It's been light years improved since our first meeting.
Yeah, thank you.
A couple of specific questions. You were talking about citations versus warnings.
Yes.
Equated the citation to a parking ticket, or being towed, essentially. So just to clarify the process, if I get a citation, I've still got the opportunity to contest that. I've got a right to a hearing, so there's no real due process concerns there.
Yes.
One of the reasons you mentioned why we had issued fewer warnings and more citations was we can't confirm how many warnings it's been for a person. So assuming, and that's an assumption, that this legislation is going to pass down in Salem that'll allow you to access to the database,
right.
Are you going to reset then to doing more warnings for true first-time offenders?
Well, we may. That's a great question. We'll see if the legislation goes through clearly. But I think that would be the scenario if we can, because the whole emphasis the entire time was not necessarily to give somebody a citation for their first offense. Right. So we would try to stick with that as long as we can confirm that it truly is their first offense. And so I think the question is absolutely right, and that would be the answer. I will tell you, just to kind of follow up on that, a lot of the folks that we have that are out there that are not paying fare have not paid fare a lot, right. And are not only not paying fare, but they're causing other disruptions in community. And we're not talking about a large amount of people in times. You know, I think a lot of people think there's thousands and thousands of people. It may be hundreds that are behaving kind of antisocially and making it not safe for others to use our system. So that identification process will help us to isolate those folks and help them out of whatever struggle they're in versus cause disruption for the rest of the folks that are on the train. So,
when I first dove into fare enforcement a year ago-ish, had several meetings and came across a study that we as an agency used to do, I think through PSU, about the objectiveness of our fare enforcement on, you know, racial, sexual, all sorts of bases. Is there a plan for that to be updated?
well, I'm not prepared to talk about that today. We have done some work in this space, and just recently, I won't call JC up here, but I was just thinking about the, you mind maybe? Sure. So the question's related to the PSU study in the past and any follow-up studies that we've had that have supported that our process is not targeting demographics. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So in the past, we have taken all of our citations, twice now we have done that before, obviously COVID, to see if there was systemic racism. And both studies conducted by, not TriMet, but by PSU, found that there was no systemic racism. So, and at some point in time, we'll redo that again. Once we have a good sample of citations, we'll yet again do that again as well, so.
Excellent.
And to follow up on that, there was one specific measure, which was the fare check done fairly or something? And that number was really high in comparison with years past. And I alluded to that earlier, but that's really encouraging. It means what we've got out there right now is the community is responding in a much more positive way. So, good. Thanks, JC.
Yeah. Okay, 2 down, 2 to go.
All right.
Third one's probably a little easier. It was up in your slideshow. We didn't have a whole lot of chance to talk about it, but this SEPTED access control issue. And we'd had a private conversation about, you know, there are dedicated spaces, you know the stops better than I do, where you've got to take an elevator. And the only reason you'd ever take that elevator is to go to the TriMet platform, or stairwell that only goes to the TriMet platform. Where are we at looking in terms of access control on those?
This year, we should be almost probably completely complete on the elevator access control. It's already available out there, but we're moving it to all of our grades separated. So the 3 on the band field, if you can picture those, will have access control. That's the target for this year, which is fabulous. We've gotten great feedback on that so far. Grade separated platforms are kind of a next foray into access control. Again, this is another type area where just to get down to the platform, whether it's the elevator or the stairs, we can control who goes down there. And the only reason you're down there is you're a rider, because it's actually a paid fare zone. So those are where we would like to, and we are exploring this, fare gate technology up at the top so that you actually have to go through a gate to get down. That's why we call it the grade separated, right? So you're at the top grade going down to the bottom grade, which is only available for folks that are riders. And this exists at Sunset, it exists on the Banfield, different areas. So if you can picture that type of, that's where we're going next. And we also want to move into our garages and our stations, park and rides potentially into the future, but that's kind of the third tier. First is elevators, next is grade separated, where we have some real good fare gate technology that's not just with us, that's happening on the West Coast, by the way. I mean, there's other agencies, you'll read about them, that are making these investments for similar reasons. So that's where we're headed, yeah.
Okay, final question, and Felicia or whomever, can you get the personnel slide that's up there? CCSO, transit police, et cetera.
I think it's, yeah, they'll get it. Pictures or personnel numbers?
Personnel numbers.
Yeah, so.
So the question I had is, and I wish I would have had an opportunity to ask Mr. Jordan this, but it looks like we're flat on transit officers.
Yeah.
Where do we want to be? What have we budgeted for?
Well, that's a good question. Pre-pandemic, we were budgeted for 65. Right now, our budget as of last year did not include that 65 number because we've carried that forward for several years now. I want to say it was something like 52. I'm not exact on it right now just because we never thought, you know, we were hopeful that it was aspirational to get to that point. We are looking at that in future years. If we can't start to build those numbers back, we can't say that we're going to carry that amount of budget. Now, having said that, with that amount of budget, we are spending on other safety and security-like things, so we're not wasting taxpayer money to try to invest into those portions that are safety and security, have a safety-security nexus, is what we say. Things like fencing out at Ruby and El Monica, things that should have been done a long time ago. We're doing some fence work, some significant fence work. We've had intrusion issues, graffiti issues, et cetera, in the yard that we're trying to get after. So just one example of the types of things that we'll find with that safety nexus. But we really need our transit police to be built back up. And you heard it this morning while we were having lunch. I would like to see those numbers get back up to where they were. We could sustain easily 60, 65. We have space for them. We have a facility that's in Clackamas Town Center, actually, most people don't know what's there. It's where the Clackamas County Sheriff and where the Oregon City Police and all those, when they were a part of the program, they were stationed out of that area. Right now, there's nobody in there, right? Beaverton is another area. We have some West Side folks, but one of the reasons I wanted to bring that up with Nathan Vasquez, I really like his idea of making sure that we can all, in a mutual aid scenario, get back together. Imagine a Clackamas Town Center-like event where you had a mass shooting where the West Side officers would not come in a mutual aid. That technically is how things could stand right now. So how do we be a part of that solution to bring this community back together? So building these numbers back up, getting people back into transit from all the Tri-County area is its own kind of vehicle for partnership build-up and mutual aid and those types of things. So I'd really like to see the Transit Police Division rebuilt. You heard from Kerry Kerr. He actually was a sergeant in the Transit Police for 6 years ago, out of Gresham, an office that no longer exists. So when you take a division of 65 down to 21, 22, you're in that space now where, you have unhoused locations and, gaps. Now, to what Matt said earlier, we still have areas that are, Portland Police will respond to an area. All outlying areas still respond to transit. It still goes into BOAC the same way in terms of a 911 call. They're going to respond and they're going to behave like a law enforcement officer. But there's something to having a transit police division that is across all 3 counties, that's well-staffed, that can focus on transit.
Okay. I won't take any more of your time. Thank you very much.
This is so fast, but I just wanted to pick up on Director Way's point around the big events, and just from the interest of cross-disciplinary work, highlight the Ticket to Ride program with the Thorns and the Timbers is such a great example, because you don't need to do fare enforcement in that moment, because you know that those folks have paid with their ticket. And so just wanted to highlight that as sort of like creative thinking that is programming, that is encouraging people to come out and ride transit and have that gateway transit experience, and also better spreads out some of the burden on our safety and security team. So
it's great. Great tool during crush load.
Follow up there, I'm going to ask this question.
Yeah.
But have we talked to the Motus Center or Ticketmaster or any of those people about doing a similar partnership?
We have. I'll let this falls outside my.
I'm sorry, you're acting.
Yeah.
We are absolutely trying to talk to them. Because actually one of the things we didn't necessarily realize was a lot of those venues are owned by the city. So we're actually using our friends at the city to help negotiate some sort of a deal with them. But yes, we're talking. So we have you heard last week from Sam about the Ticket to Ride for the Timbers Thorns, and then Live Nation concerts at the Providence Park, which is huge for us. And so we're also going after PSU, any sort of games that they have at PSU, the Moda Center, the Keller Auditorium, all of the venues downtown. So we love the model. We think it's great. I can't remember who just said it about you don't have to worry about fare enforcement because of this aspect of it, but it also is a great revenue generator for us as well. So, and one of the things that we want to do is all the things we can to lower the barrier of use. And so when you don't have to think, you hop on and go, that's the best, the optimal experience for our riders. And so going to the game or whatever, when you just hop on and take TriMet, get off, you have your ticket, go into the game, enjoy, that's pretty much ideal.
Thank you.
Follow up on that? Sorry to not spun out questions again, but I'm wondering if it's not working. Oh, now it's working. I feel like a doofus. Sorry. Thank you, folks. I'm wondering if there's been any discussion around the way that the WNBA coming to Portland is going to affect the conversation around MODA in particular, particularly given the shared ownership between the Thorns and the WNBA team. The Bethal family owns both of them. So has that been a factor that we've been considering?
We have not factored, although we've had some introductory conversations around it. We're still trying to get MODA bought in on the whole notion of it. I will also say that we've had just some very preliminary conversations around the MLB if they build a stadium right next to Tillicum Crossing. So that would have huge transit implications. So we're just scratching the surface on those two.
Amazing. And just so, from my understanding, where is that cost passed on to? Is it passed on to the consumer of the ticket? Is it just a surcharge on a ticket price? For this general model with Providence Park, how does it work?
Actually, so the Ticket to Ride is actually, the cost of the ticket is actually borne by the Timbers Thorns organization, and for Live Nation, it's actually borne by by Live Nation. The cost is not. It could be at some point in time, but what we see is that it's not.
Okay, that's great.
It's not directly passed on.
That's still revenue. That's still passenger revenue that we're counting into our fare box.
Correct. Well, I don't, that's another question, that's another separate question. I don't necessarily know if we count it as fare box revenue. That would be I'd have to phone a friend. But it is part of our revenue.
It is revenue.
Okay.
Yeah, we'd be interested to learn more about that revenue structure and exactly how that mechanism looks, particularly as we start to explore other partnerships with major sports franchises around.
Sounds good, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay, stay tuned for Nancy and her her presentation at our next retreat or educational piece. She has a big list for us, and you remember to note those questions. Not today, not today. Thank you, Andrew. That was superb. It was clear. We had lots of questions, and thank you for now having, we will see you at each board meeting with updates. So make sure everyone pass on to Sam when we are preparing the agenda, anything you want specifically from Andrew, because it's now part of a presentation in our board meetings. Okay.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Okay. On that note, I'm going to turn us to us. Don't don't look out there at them. This is about us now. And it's about our rowing as one. There is 7 of us. And you don't have to answer, but do we row together?
What? Oh, road.
Keep up. Well, Thomas and I got together to look at board goals, and this is I don't know, I think our past presidents have had board goals, but we need board goals. It is part of what we do, which tie and align to the organization. Now, you have the beautiful vision, mission, values. Where are we in that picture? And so, a couple of things, and I have been listening with my ear when I talk to each of you, when I give you a call, and one that came out, we decided on 3 or 4?
We'll decide as a collective, but we're aiming for 3 or 4.
3 or 4, okay, just key goals. And one that I picked up from JT was community engagement, and I have another piece to that, but I've heard lots of, when I listened to your comments of how are we as board members reaching our districts, okay? Do we know, okay, we rely on TriMet to give us all this data, but what are we collecting from our districts? Are we attending events in our communities? Are we attending board meetings? You heard the sheriff and the DA mentioned all of the partnerships like Canby, all those cities. Do you know who their mayors are or in those areas? Are you attending the high school boards or the college boards? And that is where we hear from our writers. I do, but I'd like to ask us to, for one, and I'll start off, as a community engagement goal, just the two words, as a board goal, is that at least every 2 months, and I've asked, you heard me ask at the last board meeting that JC provide the community activities, all the things that we were not present at, that we don't know that's happening. I try to attend, I have a couple of cities, but you'd be amazed, and so at what you hear because you're there with the board member. They want to talk to you, and it's their chance to come up and have a communication with you. Just to add, but I'm going to ask each of you 2 words for what you would like to see as a board goal. Take 2 minutes, but establishing goals helps us to understand our role and TriMet's mission. It helps us to be accountable to our stakeholders and our district.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
Because there's board goals that are like that are internal, right? So that engagement one to me is like, this is how we want to act as a board. It's more like a standard of conduct than a board goal. And then, oh, thank you, sorry. And then a board goal is actually something that we want to accomplish, an outcome.
Right.
So, and to me, that would be something that's focused on the agency, like what do we as a board want to help move the agency towards? Which one are you asking us to do?
I'm asking you for both. You're getting into the weeds, but we can't do that until we at least engage in our community. Is that, to have it as a goal? We don't have to have it as a goal. I was using it as an example. Community engagement meaning, help me out here, Thomas. I know it's an action item, but do we want board members to engage more? I've heard 1 or 2 talk about they don't have the time to go out into their communities. And we expect TriMet to give us an enormous amount of information from the writers. But where are we? Where is our face? And I'll use JT's example. He was looking at having sessions in his community where they meet the board members. And of course, I put a lot of time and thought into that, and that is part of engagement. But we can't bring the information to our own individual communities in town hall meetings. We'd have to bring the TriMet Roadshow, which is expensive. But our members are already meeting. I think it was Sam or Shelley talked about community fatigue in all the meetings. And so I think our first step could be and I'm doing both topics because we do have board external engagement on there, to meet our community where they're already meeting. I know Robert does in some of his neighborhood groups. I'd like to hear about that. And are you using those opportunities to take polls? I mean, we're asking TriMet to take polls. Are we taking them from our own? You're at OBSI. You're just wandering around checking the pulse of the day and the activities. You have an opportunity. I know there's some crossover because they're both agencies, so you got to be careful there. But I think it's important for us to not be isolated in silos from our community. I think that's important. Thomas.
I think one perhaps a helpful background layer to this is taking a step back. It's one, the wonderful APTA conference targeted for board members, right? Our select board members was able to attend and was able to take that back. And but also the context here is that as far as President Lewis and I have experienced, the TriMet board hasn't done this exercise. So in the next 20 minutes, or maybe now only 15 minutes, but just being able to share what we think that the board should do more of, perhaps even less of, whatever the goals are. So to answer, Tyler's, Director Frisbee's question it would be both, and it's sort of just, it doesn't have to be so structured. I think the fact that, one comment I had was the fact that we get to actually share about this concept, I think it's a major step forward. Perhaps sad, but it's really wonderful, and I think it could really a wonderful stepping stone for future board as a whole. So community engagement, and one thing I've been thinking about was about government affairs or our involvement in government affairs, as I thought more about what role do I play other than voting yea or nay on resolutions. Frankly, I could be absent and it will go forth. And thanks to the wonderful colleagues, but I was thinking about my personal impact in my sphere of influence in Hillsborough and Washington County. And, and I also thought about city councils, right? And, Director Kellogg, as you know, even council members, they come together once a year to talk about board goals or council goals and those things. It doesn't have to be something that we print out a poster and advertise to the world, but it helps us grounded. So I think this is helpful. And PSA, the OMB M2513 has now been rescinded. So, OMSI and the rest of the world.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks. Kathy?
I just have some thoughts. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. This is helpful that we're spending some time talking about it. So I think a couple of things. So I agree with President Lewis in that it's important for us as as board members, right, to be out in the community, to engage with different folks about either public transit or TriMet, and kind of just get a pulse on what's happening, and whether or not we adopt that formally as a board goal, we can talk about that later. But something that I was thinking about, maybe that could be a suggestion. Could be that, and we do this on my school board, where all the different board members have various committees that were assigned. So at times we will give, and we do at every board meeting have the very official, right, kind of board member liaison is reporting on MPAC, et cetera. Maybe what we can try to throw in there is maybe not every single board meeting, but maybe every other board meeting, if other board meetings have updates on community events or activities that you have participated in. That might be a good chance at the at the public board meeting to say yeah, and I just recently went to the FX the 82nd Transit Project over at PCC Southeast. There isn't a way for me to share that publicly, with folks, because that's not part of the board report for, a committee that I'm on, but that might be something helpful, right, for folks to know. So maybe it could be just that, we can kind of adopt that practice of if people want to share, open houses or things that they are doing in the community, they're more than welcome to do that.
I think just to tie into what Kathy says is the fact that our meetings are public and they're on YouTube, it lets our communities and our districts know we're out there, other than the yes and no votes, that, oh, and I attended this or I attended that. One of the school boards I was on, every 3 months, you had 3 months, and then you just reported on your own community engagement. But that was kind of a good and a awkward, but it can just say engagement. Doesn't need community. It can just say engagement as a goal. And you can define what that engagement looks like. We have to start somewhere with 3 key thoughts, and I've kind of mentioned it to everyone over the course of a couple of months of coming up with board goals. Tyler?
Other folks had their hands up before me.
Oh, go ahead, go ahead, Robert. And
Wanted to
Mhm.
put in a
Throw
quick
out.
word in support of this as a board goal in terms of us going out and being more engaged.
Oh, okay.
You know, I especially heard it in your comments today, Director Flowers, about things that you have learned outside of this
Yeah.
agency that affect what we do and what we should do, right? So that knowledge, just as a general principle, is yes, let's move forward with that. Now, when I got nominated and selected or appointed to this position, I went around to every city council in my district just to let people know that I was doing this. Now, I'm fortunate I used to run in those circles, so I know a lot of those people already. But it was a very simple conversation to go have with them to say, I'm the board representative, you have your staff people for staff stuff, big picture things, feel free to bring me in on it. And that's been successful because those folks are aggregators of community
Yes.
concerns. So whether it comes from the Chamber of the Commerce or school district or neighborhood groups or whatever, those are all going upstream, right? And then people know, hey, I'm involved there, and so that's how I learn about these things. So again, I think it's very important for us to be engaged, and as the three of you know all too well, there's a public perception out there that we're not elected, we're appointed, right? And so we have no connection to the community, which is,
They
of
didn't
course,
vote for
far
us.
from the truth.
Yes.
But anything we can do to help beat back that perception, I think is a good thing.
Thank you.
I agree. And another facet of this that I've been thinking about is that we have talked about a lot today is the importance of relationship building for the agency. So I would love to have board goals that are actually about how we can support the most critical and strategic relationships for the agency. For example, JC and I were talking because I got invited to be a speaker at a streetcar event. Is it national? National streetcar, yeah. Yeah, and so, obviously, happy to do that, and also happy to coordinate.
Right, we'd like to know, so
Yeah.
you can come. I
Yes.
have lots of time. No, yeah.
And so, you know,
Yes.
to the extent that we can
That's
support things
important.
like that, that are really helpful,
Yes.
happy to do that. I would also, be interested in how we can support maybe the one level click down of the goal development related to these things that we talked about today. You know, these are pretty high level, as we discussed, and I think there were a lot of good questions about what's the one level deeper.
Yes.
And then one of the things that I think about a lot is that I think where and how organizations spend money says a lot about their goals and also their values. And it would be really interesting, I think, over the course of the next year to work on a way to think about how these goals and the one level down connect to the budget and where the expenditures are going, and sort of as Director Flowers mentioned earlier, around how, like, the efficiency of the dollars that we're spending, but also the dollars that we're spending towards the outcomes. So there's a couple of things I've been thinking about.
So one go, I'm just trying to, agency efficiency.
Yeah,
can
or
be-
connection of dollars to outcomes.
I'm looking
Yeah.
for keywords.
Yeah,
so
okay,
keep it-
gotcha.
Keep it broad, but
Okay,
I
keep it broad,
think I-
that's fine, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
agency efficiency. Yeah, just kind of toss Thomas and I will follow up. Tyler?
I really like the idea of board goals. I think I have a bit of a reaction to the idea of engagement as a board goal, because it's not, it's a standard, it's a code of conduct, right? It's a standard of conduct. It's what we expect from each other as board members. A board goal should be something that the board wants to accomplish. And so I'm really happy for us to develop both, but I don't want to call something that's like an internal procedure a board goal. And I think I would also encourage us, this is doable in a lot of different ways, right? For me, when I came on, I did what Robert did with my neighborhood associations. But I have a small child. I cannot be gone from 6 to 8:30 every night a month. So instead, I have like an every 2 months coffee with the presidents of each of them, right? And so there's different, I would just encourage people, like, there are different ways to do it.
Yes.
And some of it is less geographic and more topical, right? It's more valuable to meet with Street Trust and hear about the advocacy work that's happening around transit, or state legislators who are related to this work. And I think I would throw over to JC's team, that's part, I think Miles has done a good job, at least working with me, of being like, I need you to meet with these folks and get this information. And so,
Yep, and engagement
being
can-
strategic about it, to Erin's point, is really important. I, as a board, you know, I think one of the things that we have a real opportunity to do is get the agency's first FX plan out and have it be something that not only is done well, and I'm sure the technical leads on the team will make it go well, but it only matters if folks are excited about it, and we are working with our partners to drum up interest in getting those FX lines out.
Okay.
And that, to me, is a board role in helping this be a big deal and be a thing that people are excited and that there's enthusiasm about moving quickly on it. And so I would put that out here.
FX for 82nd?
No, the larger FX plan.
The larger plan. Okay.
And so to me, that is something that I would love to see this board get done and help ensure is done really well for the agency.
Okay, give me 2 words for that.
FX plan.
Okay, got it. All right. I don't know if engagement is in our code of conduct, that it's required. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, that's why, because yeah. Yeah, because I like to hear that. I mean, I'm hearing things that I'd like to know what we're doing. It just gives a robust piece to us being board members. So when we take on new board members, what are the board goals? Well, there's a, not code of conduct, but an expectation that you'll engage in your community, and that's important. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with Tyler's framing here. And I think that, you know, when I was talking about community engagement, I think that what we will all naturally revert to here in this context is meeting with and shaking hands with the movers and shakers in our districts and around these topic areas. So I guess the idea for me when I was talking about engagement was more trying to be more intimately involved with everyday people in our districts, so that some of that more direct feedback is coming back to the agency, and also some of that less formal education work is happening, right? So that people in our districts can learn about why transit matters to them. You know, I'm fortunate to have a day job where I get to do stuff like that. I mean, quite literally 7 days a week. So it's a bit easier, right, on my end, but but that was where my mind was headed there. But I do agree with Tyler that that's something that we think about almost as an overlay to the way that we approach everything. I don't have specific board goals here, but there are some big buckets that are coming to mind for me. And I also think that this conversation should be an extended one where we actually start to zoom in on and be specific about timelines, right? Like there would be short-term goals, medium-term goals, long-term goals. What Tyler's talking about with this FX plan feels like something that we could try to accomplish within a year or two, right? So that's great. The big buckets that I'm thinking about are you know, breakthroughs or discovered efficiencies in financing and revenue. Like, how can we help make sure that the agency is continuously positioning itself to bring in the amount of dollars necessary to do the work that we're talking about doing, but also to expand the system over the course of, you know, 10, 15, 20-year periods rather than for, you know, the shortness of one of our terms, right? The second bucket is, and I think Erin touched on a lot of these things. I was listening to her, I was like, oh, dang, she stole all my points. Yeah, this idea, and, you know, Director Kim also talked about this, the extent to which the board can help build and maintain relationships and partnerships, particularly at a state level. You know, when you look at a number of other governor-appointed boards in our state, the members play a very, very active role in helping relationally advance the priorities of the particular bureau or agency, what have you, that they're affiliated with. So I think we could be better deployed out into the world as ambassadors of the work, and also as strategic minds who can help assist staff and augment staff capacity so that we can accelerate our work. And then the last big bucket I'm thinking about is a more zoomed out kind of strategic eye towards innovation. You know, that's one of the factors, and you've heard me, I feel like I'm just beating the drum over and over here today, but that's one of the things that's made this agency in particular so special over the course of the past 40 years, is that we have tried to not just maintain our system, not just make our system safe and reliable for the people who rely on it every day, but we've tried to make our system world class. And it feels like, particularly post-COVID, there has been so much triage work we've had to do
Yes.
from a survivalistic perspective that it's been hard for us to get our eyes back up off of the ground and start looking out towards what the future looks like. So I think the board can play a more continuous role in assisting the agency in augmenting that day-to-day work. But again, these to me feel like big buckets. To
No,
Tyler's
they're
point,
supposed to be big buckets.
yeah. But to Tyler's point, I think it would be prudent of us to identify specific goals within those buckets.
Let's get the buckets
Yeah,
first,
and then
and
to
then
attach timelines to those goals.
Okay,
Yeah.
because that was one of mine. Organizational innovation was one of the items. It was community engagement or engagement, just the big bucket, and then how we define it according to our own expertise, our skills, the narratives in which we work in can be unique, but it's just engagement for us. I had organizational innovation members to contribute to forward-thinking initiatives on new technology, energy sources. That was a goal. That's a big goal, but innovation, we just need 3 to 4 key words. And then we can go to the second step, third step. Wow. Oh.
I'm okay with having, lower bar, achievable board goals. As low as actually meeting the unspoken expectation that's already on us, right? So, Tyler had mentioned the board conduct, but I agree, there is absolutely the unspoken expectation. If it's not written, we all agree to that. When I mentioned government affairs earlier, I think about how our funding depends on it. Our safety depends on it, as we've talked to our partners. Our RTO, everything depends on government affairs. So how can we, as the board, meet the unique opportunity that there is to come alongside our staff to advance those things forward? And then the community engagement, there's a lot of overlap, because I think about one example of Leadership Hillsborough. It's similar to Leadership Portland, but Leadership Hillsborough, I got to go there for the second year in a row to talk about serving on the TriMet board, what TriMet is, transportation in general, and then some Q&As, really casual, in a casual nature, but those attendees were very encouraged to serve public service, and of course had a positive outlook on TriMet as well. So there can be, as others have mentioned, multiple pathways, and I think a lot of items can fall under just about any 2 words that we decide. Yeah.
Any others?
I'll just I'll just say my 2 words, and we could wordsmith things later, but championing transit is like one, and again, whether in our districts or with each other. Second would be budget transparency. Also want to give a big shout out to Nancy, who I meet with regularly as the treasurer. And so just the more that we can do, right, like budget education and reviewing our financials, I think will be really important. And then the third bucket would be strategic planning, as we just heard what the 5 to 6 year high-level roadmap will look like.
Thank you, Kathy. Okay, we have an excellent start. As an educator, I do have homework. Okay, because I want to wrap up. We've gone over our time. Please continue to send your thoughts on board goals, and then Thomas and I will work on them, kind of wrap them up and kind of send them out, and you can wordsmith them and chew on them, and like to kind of aim for March that we actually have some board goals. Second is committees. If you like to stay on your committee, change, we'll be coming to that in June, July. Let me know. Trying to think, was there anything else? No, that was just, let me know if you wish to change, and give me your first choice and second choice. And then I'll take chocolates, spas for bribery on that.
Or work in ethics commission, please do not.
They was said with humor. Okay. Yeah. Okay, and then last homework piece is ideas for upcoming retreats and educational sessions. One of the president's goals is making sure that we hear and get information that is important to us. And so I need to hear, so when we're planning with Shelley and everyone, with Sam, that we bring relevant information. And I heard safety and security and TriMet 2030 were the big pieces. And so, because remember, when we have the retreat and we bring topics to the table, the second part is how do we put that into our work as we go forward? Because we get ideas and change. I hope someone was taking minutes today. So on that note, anyone, last words of encouragement? I think it was an excellent retreat. Okay, you two don't have any, okay. Silent at the end there. Thank you for a wonderful retreat. Thank you to Sam and Shelley, who we were going back and forth, and and with all those who, and then to our, I'm not gonna say squirrels, I'm gonna say our staff, support staff. Thank you.
Yeah.